Let's get it. Yeah. Three and a quarter, 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, three and a quarter, 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 300 a quarter, 325, 325, 325, 325, and $23. Now five, and $3, five, gonna get five and 10, gonna be 10, gonna get 15, gonna be 15, gonna be 3, 15, 20, 320, now five, and 25, 25, and 25, 25 here, 25 here, 25, gonna get 5 here, Jason, 320. Ransom, put him on ransom, 320 ransom. A little quicker, Dale. No, you haven't been here in about a month. Heifer, 350. 350, 60, and 3.5, to get 3.5, 60, 350, 60, 3.5, going to be 360, 70, to get 370, to get 370, going to be 360, 70, and half 70, to get 70, to get 70, going to be 70, to get 70, to get 70, ransom, 360 Dale, 360 Dale. $4. $4.10 and $4.10 had 10 $4.10 $4.10 had 10 20 and 10 20 and 10 20 going to be 10 20 going to get 10 20 going to be 10 20 going to get 10 20 going to be 4 10 4 20. I don't want to miss you, Dale. 410 Antone. I see. Nope, 250. 250, you get 2.5, you get 2.5, 60, and 2.5, go to 250, 60, go to 2.5, go to 250, 60, go to 2.5, go to 260, go to 2.5, go to 260, Terry, 250 on 9, 11. X, Preg. Singles aren't guaranteed. Okay. Still Prager? Okay. He wants her bread. $250. 255 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 250 and 2.5, to get 2.5, going to be 2.5, to get 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, and 2.5, going to be 2.5, to get 2.5, going to help him 250, 250, sold 250, Jason 11. Ransoms, Dale's. One of Dale's kids, heifers. He's already asking Billy whose these are. Everyone. Whose are they? No. I can't be quiet. $4. $4.10 and $4.10 and 10 and 10 have 410 have 410 to get 10 and 10 hand 10 hand 10 410 and hand 10 good with 10 to get 10 good with 10 good with 10 good with 10 410 410 410 410 here pokey $4 38. $2. $2.10 and 2.10 here, go to 210, to get 10, but with 10, 210, 210, 210, 210, $1.50, $1.50, 60, go to be 50, 60, 71, 71, 81, 81, 80, 70, give 80, Terry, 70, give 81, 70, go to be 81, 81, 80, Terry, 170. 9. $250. 255, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, 60, 55, good to be 70, 275, and 75, give 80, 285, good to be 85, and 90, good to be 90, and 100, good to be 2, and 90, good to be 85, good to be 90, 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 Terry, 285, 12. $4. 14, 20, and 10, 20, good to be 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 10, 20, 30, good to 30, good to 40, good to 40, good to 50, 60, 460, 470, good to be 480, good to 490, good to 500, and 5, and 490, good to 510, 510, 510, 20, good to 520, 30, good to 530, 520, 30, and 30, good to 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 30, 30, Terry, 522. Okay. She is a poor heifer. $2. 210 and 210, good with 210, good to get 210, 20, good to be 20, good to get 30, 230, 40, good to get 40, 50, good to be 250, 60, good to be 250, 260, and 250, 60, good to be 250, good to get 260, showtime, 250 on 2. Steer, 350. 350, 60, and 350, to get 360, good to be 350, to get 360, good to be 350, 360, 350, 360, and 350, to get 360, good to be $3 a pound, good to be 310, and hand here, good to be 10, to get 310, to get 310, 20, to get 320, yeah, down here, 320, 30, and hand 30, get 30 there, good to be 30, to get 30, 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 good to be 30 here, and tone, 320. Crippled it a little bit. There's a brother. Boo, $3. $3 down 10, and $3 10, and 10, and 10, a little bit of a 10, 10, 20, and 20, 30, to get 30, 30, to get 30, 30, 30, and 30, 30, to get 30, good to be 30, to get 30, good to be 30, to get 30, good to be 30, 30 here, Horner, 320, 16X. Is that right? $2. $2.05 and $2.05. We get 5 here, and 5, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 2, and 5, 205, 210, and 10, we get 15, going to be 220, 225, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Online, you're out. 225 and 225 and 30, we get 235, we get 235, 40, we get 240, 245, and 45, 50, we get 255, 255, 60, going to be 265, and now 70, now 5, going to be 80, 285, 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85. Terry's out, 285 there, 85, 85, 85. Terry's out here, 2 Terry's are out, 285, 85 here, Pokey, 280, 102, Preg. $88, X. No. Gotcha. Don't abort. Only 2 heifers on the deal, guys. Roger Dorrell's out there at Texola. They'll be guaranteed open. 325. 325, in 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, going to be 27 hand, going to be 27 hand, going to be 27.50, and 27 hand, 7 hand, 325, and 327 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, going to be 27 hand, going to be 27 hand, going to be 27 and a half here, Jason, 325. Put him on OKC West. Here's a burden, guys. A little crippled heifer. $2, 210, and 210.20, and 210.20. We get 210.20. Here, going to be 210.20. Here, going to be 210.20, and hand 20, 30. We get 30 and a half, 40 and a half, 40, 40, 50, and 250, 50, 60. Going to be 250, 260. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 260. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 260. Terry, 250 on number 9. Just got here late yesterday, guys. I've had a round of shots on the cow. Pierce, Gary Pierce, up there at Watonga, guys. Got here late. Round of shots. Right off the mamas. Everest right there, $4 a pound, 4 and a half, 405, and 405, we get pound of 5 here, 5 here, 405, and 405, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 405, and 405, we get 5, 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 405, 405, 10, 410, 410, 410, 15, and 10 and 15, and 10 and 15, 15, 20, and hand 20, going to be 25, and 25, 30, we get 430, 430, 430, and 30 get 30 there, going to be 30 get 30 there, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30 here, Barnhart, 425. 36. $30 more of the Pierce guys. Round of shots right off the cows. Six weight ladies right there, here, 350 and 355, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, here, 55, 55, 55, going to be 55, outside 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 360, 360, 367 and a half, 60, and half, 62 and a half, get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, 5, and zig it 5, and has zig it 5, zig it 5, zig it 7 and a half, 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 now 70, and 372 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, going to be 70, now 2 and a half, 5, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77, 50, now 80, 82 and a half, going to be 82 and a half, going to be 85 here, going to be 85 here, going to be 85, 750, 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 87 and a half here, Barnhart, 385, same way. All worked, all steers. It had around shots. $4, 405, and 405, we get 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 405, and 405, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 410, 410, 410, 15, 415, and 10 and 15, go to be 10, we get 15, go to be 10, we get 15, 20, and hand 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 4 and a quarter, and 425, we get 425, we get 425 and 30, and 435, 435, 435, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 35, we get 35, we get 35, 435, and 435 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 435, we get 435 here, Warner, 431. The smallest one back. Gotcha. Here's the brothers. Round of shots on the mama. 385 and 385 there, good to be 85 there, good to be 85 and 90 and 385 and 90, good to get 390, good to be 85 and 90, good to get 390, good to get 390, good to be 85 and 90, 85 and 90, good to get 390, good to get 390, good to be 85, good to be 90, good to get 390, good to be 85, good to get 390, good to be 85, good to get 390, 85 and 90, good to be 90, good to be 90 here, so 385, Varner, 1. Already got you blasted. A little early for that, Antone. I'll have to ban you from that flag. You're getting Lydia sandblasted already. 2 bulls, $5. 5 and 10, and 5 and 10, 5 10, 5 10, 5 10, and 10, 5 and 5, there you get $5 pound, half 5 here, $4. They're bulls, $4, 410, 410, 410, 410, 410, 20, 430, 430, 40, 450, 450. Poke, 440, 35. Yeah, here's some lean cattle, guys. Here's the McDowells. They're long weaned. They're out McDowell's. We were going to sell them yesterday, but he didn't get them here in time as well. The heifers. Shamrock, Texas, guys, right there. Here, $4 a pound, 410, 10, 20, and 10, and $4, 10, 10, 410, 410, we get him, 410, 410, 20, and 420, 30, we get 430, 425, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, going to be 425, and 425, now 25 and 30, and now 35, we get 35, we get 435, going to be 435, 40, we get 440, we get 440, we get 440, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, we get 40, 10, 40, we get 40, 10, 40, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, here. So 435, Tubby, 22. $4. 4 and 10, and 4 10, 10 and 10, 410, 14, 10, 10, 10, 20, and 420, 30, we get 430, we get 430, we get 440, we get 450, going to be 450, and for 40, 50, going to be 440, 450, 440, 450, 450, 450, hand tone for 40. Straight or zero? Straight, zero. Heifer sales on, guys. Here's a Levi George cattle from Dover. They're long wean. They're guaranteed open. Levi George. 325 and 325 and 25, 25, 25, 25 and 325. It get 325. It get 325 here. 320 and hand 22 and a half. Group 20 that 2 and a half. Group 22 and a half. Group 2250 and hand 20. We get 2 and a half. Group 20. We get 2 and a half. Group 20 that 2 and a half. Group 22 and a half. We get 22 and a half. Group 22 and a half here. So about 320. Varner 70X. Got to come up there at Elk City, guys. Gunner Sellers. Long wean, the guaranteed Gunner Sellers. 325 and 325 and 25, 7 and 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 750 and 27 and 30. We get 30 and 2 and a half. Group 2 and a half. 5. We get 35. We get 35 and half. 5. 750 and 37 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and group 3750 and 30. We get 7 and group 30 and 7 and 7 and 7 and group 37 and a half here. Varner 335 on number 70X. Here's a David Zoo Mullins. Checked open. $3. $3 2.5 and $3 2.5. Bit of 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 2.5. Group 3 2.5. Group 2.5. Group 250 and 300 2.5. Bit of 2.5 2.5 2.5 2.5 here 285 85 and 90. Bit of 290. Group 85. Bit of 290. Group 85. Bit of 290 85 and 90. Group 90. Group 90. Bit of 90. Group 90 here. Warner 285 86. Here's the Griffin Ranch cattle guys from down there at Eufaula. 335 and 35 and 35 35 35 35 335 here 5 here 5 here 335 40 and 35 40 and 35 and 43 40 10 40 40 40 40 35 40 40 40 40 40 40 40 40 40 10 40 here Warner 335 62X. Here's a Brantley and Rake and cattle guys from down there at Fletcher. They're guaranteed open. 285 and 285 there. Good to be 80. Yes, sir. 285. 85 there. Good to be 87. 7 7 7 7 7 good to be 87. Good to be 87. Good to be 87 90 and 92 and a half. Good to get 2 and a half. Good to get 2 and a half. 91 and here 91 2. Good to get 92. Good to get 93. Good to get 93. Good to get 92 3 and 92 3 and 92 and 3. Good to get 3 4 94. Good to get 95. Good to get 95. Good to be 96 and 95 96 7 97 97 97 97. Good to get 97. We both out 97 and 97 here 97 97 97 98 and 97 of 8 98, 98, 98, 98, and 98, 97, 98, 97, group 98, 98 here, sort of a 297, Troy, 19X. There's Alan Mead, Heifer's dad, and Alan Mead. Karen's dad, yep. Nice Heifer's cat, they will be guaranteed here, 285, and 285 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 87, 7, 7, 7, 7, 87, 50, and 90, and 90, 90, 90 here, 90 here, 90 here, 90 here, going to be 292 and a half, and 92 and a half, they get a weight on them, 291, in 91, here, 91, here, 91. 291, and 91, and 98, 93, we get 3, and 95, 95, 97, 97, 97, 95, we get 95, group 301, half 3, we get 3, and 5 here, 305, 37, and 7 high, group 309, 311, group 910, and 910, group 910, we get 910, we get 910, group 309, 10, and 910, group 910, 11, and 311, 12, and 12 and 13, we get 13, 30, 14, we get 14, 15, half 15, 16, and half 17, group 17, and 17, we get 17, we get 17, and 17, we get 17, H, 316, straight. Nope. Voorhees. Going to be 2 drafts, these cattle guys. Voorhees right there here, 285, and 285 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 90, 85 and 90, going to be 85, 89, going to be 85, 90, 85, 90, 85 and 90, going to be 95, 95, 95, now 3, 3, and half 5, 305, 310, pound 10, 308, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 10, and 10 about half 10, bit of a 10, 10, 10, 310, and pound 10, bit of 10, bit of 3, 10, bit of 3, 10, bit of 3, 10, bit of 10, going to be 10, pound 10 here, H, 3, 7 and a half. Six more guys from Sulphur Springs, Texas. 322 and a half, and 321, and 21, and 20 hit, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 21 hit, and 21 hit, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 321, and 321 here, 1 here, 321, and 21, 22, 22, 23, 23 and half 4, and 24 to 5 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 325, and 325, big 5 and half, 25, 5 here, 25, big 5, big 5 and half, 5 here, Warner, 324, 70X. Tracy Whitley's little thin heifers from out there at Hydro. 325 and 45. You give out 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750 and 20. Big 7 of hand, going to be 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 20. Big 7 of hand, going to be 20, 30. Big 30 then 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 3250 and 32 and a half, going to be 30. Big 2 and a half, going to be 30 then 2 and a half, going to be 30. Big 2 and a half, going to be 32 and a half. Here, Varner 330, 56. Crippled X Prague, yard him out. Probably longer than probably look at it and be like, oh, no. Tracy Whitley, guys, had there at Hydro. 285, 285, 85 there, good to be 85, 87, 7, 7, 7, 9, 92, 92, 5, and 95, 97, 97, good to be 300, 3 to 3, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 3 and a 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 10, good to be 3, 10, good to be 3, 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10, and 12 and a half, 15, and 15, and 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, and 20, get 2 and a half, 5, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and 30, get 30, 30, get 30, good to be 30, 38, 9, and high, big 9, 20, here, good to be 30, big 30, now 30, and here, good to be 30, big 30, good to be 30, now 1, and 30 here, 32, 32, 32, 33, 33, 33, 33, 33, now 2, 3, and 33, big 3, 33, big 3, 33, big 3, 33, big 3, 33, and hand 3 here, sold 332, Kyle, 2X, yard him out, crooked head. For more Tracy's right there here, 285 and 285 there. Going to be 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 90, and 90, to get 2 and a half, to get 5, 95, 97 and a half, 3, and half 3, to get 3, and 97 and a half, going to be 3, to get 3, and 97 and a half, going to be 300, and 97 and a half, going to be 3, to get 3, and 97 and a half, going to be 3, H, 297 and a half, 1. There's a Cowan, guys. Alan Cowan. Alan Cowan there, Billy. 285 and 285 there. Good to be 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 90, and 100, to get 2 and a half, to get 95, 95, 750, and 97 and a half, to get 3, to get 3, and 3, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, to get 5, and 3 and a half, to get 5, to get 5 and a half, 5, and 3 to 5, to get 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 5 here, H, 302 and a half, 1. Here's the Lawrence family down there in Texas. Long wing, they're guaranteed. 335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Going to be 337.50 and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half. Going to be 35 and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Going to get 335 and 335 here, 325 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 30 and a half, 30. Going to get 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35. Going to get 3, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 40 and a half, 40, get 40 there, 42 and a half. Going to get 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50 and a half, 50, going to get 50 down, 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5 and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 5 here, Runyon, 352 and a half, 26X. Roy Dupree, Soper, Oklahoma guys are 90 days and the guaranteed, and 325. He hit 25 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Going to be 30, then 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half. Going to be 40, 40, 40. Going to get 42 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 to 50 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half. Going to be 60 and a half, 60. Going to get 60. Going to get 60 and a half, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5. And to get 5, and to get 5, to get 5, to get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70. Going to get 370. Going to get 370 and a half, 70. Going to be 72 and a half and 75 and 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75 here. So about 3, 72 and a half. Warner 60X. Bradley West. 325 and 25, 25, 25, 30 and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30 and 25, 30, 330, 330 and half 30, 30, good to be 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 35, 35, 35, 40 and half 45, 45, 45, 50 and half 50, 50, 50, 45, 50 and half 45, 50, 50 there, 50 here, 345, 60X. Eight POs, guys, right there. Going to be John Bird and Heifers from down at Ringling, 285. 85 there. Going to be 85 there. Going to be 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87. Going to be 90, now 2 and a half, 95, now 3, now 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, 5, and now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, and 10, 12 and a half. Going to be 10 and 12 and a half, 15, and 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and 20 get 2 and a half. Going to be 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 31 here, going to be 21, and 321 here, here, H, 320. $25 more of the burdens. Yes, sir. 265 and 5 and 265 has a good 267 and a half and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80 and 282 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, good to be 87 and a half, good to be 290 and 92 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 95, 95, 95, 7 and a half, 97 and a half, 3 and a half, 3, 3 and 3 and $98 and 99 and 99, 3 and 99, 3 and 99, 301 and 3 now 2 1, 2, going to be 302, and down 2 here, 2, 302, H, 301, 2. Here's Brewers, guys. Greg Brewers. Down there at Stewart. Brewer time, boys, out there here. 24 of them ladies. They are sleeved open. $3, 2.5, and 3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5. Better get 2.5, better get 2.5. Go to 2.5 here out the gate here. 2.5, and 2.5. Better get 2.5, better get 2.5. Go to 2.5. Better get 5, and half 5. Better get 7.5, 7.5, 10. Go to 3, 10. Go to 3 and 12, go to 10 and 12, 15, and 15, 30, 15. Better get 57, 10.5, 17.5, 17, 20, and 20 get 20 there. Go to 20 get 20 there. Go to Tommy out 320, and hand 20. Go to 20, go to 20, better be 20. Top rows out 320, and 20 get 20 there. Go to 20, 20 there. Go to 20, better be 20 there. Go to 20, hand 20 here. H 317 and a half straight. going to take a while. I'm over it. Oh, Bart. Oh, just.
Better be nice to her.
I'm nice. It's Burt Farms down there at Lake Creek. 37 of these ladies. A pretty nice set of cattle, I think, guys. Paul Burt. Get your train load of this size today. 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, and 20, and 20, and 22 and a half, and 25, 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, now 30, 30, 30, now 30, now 30, now 30, and now 2, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, just a bit, 31, and 31, 2, 31, 2, and 32, 3, and 33, 3, 4, and 33, 4, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5, 600, and 35, going to be 6 here, 35, going to be 600, and 35, 36, here, going to be 35, 6, 7, and 37, 37, 37, 37 of A, 37 of A, 37 of A, 37 of A, 37, $8, and 30, heavy to get 30, heavy to get 37, $8, and 37, you're going to make them let them get started, 38, and 39, now 39, going to be 39, going to be 9, now 9, going to be 39, half, 9, 339, 339, LaFleur, 338 and a half, 70. Thank you, Paul. Here's the Zenzers. Zenzers right there. They are checked upon here. 320, now 1, 310, and 10, and 10 and 12 and 5, going to be 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 10, 12 and 5, going to be 10, and 12 and a half, 10, 12, 50, and 10 and 12 and 5, going to be 10, 12 and 5, 15, hands down, 15, 17 and a half, and 20, and 20, get 22 and a half, get 2 and a half, 5, and 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, get 30, going to be 30 and a half, 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 32, 50, and 30, get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, get 35, get 35, get 35, get 35, get 35, H, 330, 2 and a half, 3. We just had a little Monday miscommunication, me and Led was all.
Well, you better make up.
Here's some little old grazing heifers. Brown cattle, guys, Mineral Wells. Clay Brown, yep. All done, guys, right there. They're open. 335, and 35, you get 5, and 35, and 35, 40, and 40, you get 5, 45, 50, you get 50, now 5, 55, 60, now 5, 65, 70, 375, 380, and 380, you get 375, 80, and 380, you get 380, 375, 80, you get 380, you get 380, you get 380, you get 380 here, Varner, 375, 56. Good. Pretty good. I don't know. A little bit. Mm-hmm. Well, the Clay Browns, Mineral Wells. Work's all done, guys. They're checked open. 310, and 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12, 5, going to be 10, and 12, 5, going to be 10, and 12, 5, going to be 310, 12, 5, going to be 10, 12, 5, going to be 310, 12, 5, 310, 12 and a half, and 10, 12, 5, 15, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, going to be 20, get 20 and a half, 22 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 23, 5, and 23, going to get 9, now 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, 8, 27, 8, 27, 8, going to get 9, going to be 9, going to get 9, now 30, going to get 30, going to be 30, now 1, and 31, 31, 31, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, and 31, 2, 1, 2, going to get 32, and 32, 1, 2, 31, 2, 31, 2, 30 down, 2 here, 31, we can do here, sort of at 331, Kyle, 11. Did you hear him? I did too. Yard him out, crippled. Oh, Brendel. Brimer. It's going to be 90 degrees this weekend, Kyle. Right tonight about 9.
Okay, let's change it a little bit. Down here, Fletcher. Change gears right here now.
Let's change gears, guys. Here's the Nunleys. No implants. They're long weaned. They're home raised. They are checked open. Nunleys right there. Here. 61 of them. All right, here's the Nunley's guys. No implants and they're sleeved open. 350, half five, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57, and 60, and now 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 3, 70, and now 70, and 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, and 75, 75, 77 and a half, 77, 80, and now 83, 82 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 92 and a half, 92, 50, and 95 here, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 97 and a half, and 97 and a half, 97, 50, and 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. All the audience is out. 97 and a half, 97, 50, and 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 97, 50, and 97 and a half, 97 and a half here. Sold 395 online, GB 62.
They'll fit, yeah, they'll fit those kids. There's 45 of them.
Real cool. Just 32 of them, more than Nunley's. No implants. 325, and 325, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and 2 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and 40, 40, 40, and 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and half, 50 and a half, 58, 9, and 49, 49, 49, 50, 50 and a half here, 50 and a half, 50 and a half, 51, and 51, 51, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 3, and 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 4, and 53, 4, 53, 4, 5, and 56, 55, 56, 7, and 57, 57, group of 9, group of 9, 59, and 50, group of 9, group of 9, group of 9, group of 9, here, so about 358, LaFleur, 71. Thank you to the Nunleys. Hey, there they are. Thank you, guys.
Nice deal. Here's, let's go up here to Welch.
Let's go to Welch, guys. Let's get started. They're going to be 370. 370. We're going to get started on those big deals early. Better write another Nunley's down. That was a good ticket. 731, 358. How many? 10 cuts here. All right, guys, going to be 10 weigh-ins. 10 weigh-ins. Jason says it's going to take more time weighing these things than it is selling them. Usually does. Yellow. No. They just raise heifers. They just raise heifers. Nunley's, yeah. He says, where's the steers? I said, they just raise heifers. They keep their steers. You keep the steers. They're bullish. Yeah.
Oh, did you have your man on that deal? Did you have
Predominantly black so far. You did? Yeah, there'll be a short ear or two on the deal. They're going to be on there.
Already checked, ready to go.
They're already checked, ready to roll.
Trucks.
Get the trucks backed up and get them going. Is that Dr. Barker? Hello, Doc. How are you, sir? Good. Primer.
Primer. He got a little sorry white somebody told me.
What number is this? 4 left. Getting a little bigger.
Okay, outfit on the next 37.
Guys, going to be a few little short ears on the deal. They're going to be there. It's a nice deal. 3 more weigh-ins, I think. Guys are predominantly black-hided.
Handled right. He sent us a lot of nice cattle.
He does. He's sent lots of good cattle this year.
This is a big deal, but this is not the big deal of the day.
This is a real big deal, but it's not the big deal today. That's it? 2 more? Is it, Lynn? Start your engines, boys. Let's roll.
Nice deal. A lot of these came right out of here.
A lot of these cattle come right out of here. They're checked open, ready to roll. We go 370 heifers weighing 788, 310. 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, group 10 to 12 and a half, group 10 to 12 and a half, group 10 to 12 and a half, 10 to 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and 20 that 20 here, group 20, 20 here, group 20 and 20, 17 and a half, group 20, 17 and a half, group 20 and a half, 20 and a half, 1, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, 22, 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, 5, and 25, and 25 and 5 here, 5 here, group 325, and 325, 600, and 25, group 6 here, 25 and a half, 6 here, 5 and a half, 600, and 25 and a half, group 600, and 25 and a half, group 26 here, now half, and 26 and a half here, 7, and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, group 327, and 7 and 7 to bid, 7 about 27, and 2750, and 7 7 of group 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 of group 2750, and 27 7 of group 27 and 7 and 7, you done? 2750, and 27 back to you, Tom, 2750, and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 27 and group 27, group half here now, 27, group half, 27 and a half. Kyle, 327, 4. Yard him out. I have no idea. He hasn't said yet. I don't know.
Go Seymour.
Thank you to the sheriff. Let's go to Seymour.
6 loads of these packages.
Going to be 6 loads of the Pattersons. Here's the first 79. Our guy's been betting on 79 Hetty's Pattersons. Check top on 310, high 11, 310, 12 and a half, and 10, 12 and a half, group 10 and 12 and a half, group 10 and 12 and a half, group 10 and 12 and a half, group 310, 12 and a half, and 10 and 12 and a half, group 10 and 12 and a half, group 10, 12, 50, 15, and 17 and a half, 17, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 20 and 1 here, 21, 21, 21 here, group 321, and 321 here, 1 here, 1 here, group 321, and 321 here, 1 here, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 here, H, 320. $105 of the next cut.
Okay, split draft of 105. I should have 52 in the ring. Outside of it.
Different pasture. Same cattle, just different pasture. Feedability. What was that word you used last week? Usability?
Stretchy heifer.
They're stretchy. Lots of gold left in these ladies. $310 and 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12, group 10 and 12, group 10 and 12, group 10, 12, and 10, 12, and 10, 12, group 310, 12, 50, and 10 and 12, group 10 and 12, group 10 and 12, 15, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and 20 get 20 there, group 17 and a half, group 18, 18, 30, 18, 19, group 119, 20, and 20, and 20 get 20, half 1, 21, 21, 21, 21, half 1, and 321, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 2, 3, and 20, 3, and 20, 3, group 20, 3, group 22, 23 and half 4, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, group 23, 54, and 24 here, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, group 3, 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, group 24 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 75 and 5, 25 and a quarter, and 25 and a quarter, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, group 25, 50, and 25 and a half, group 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 25 and a half, and 25 and a half, group 25 and a half, here, sort of at 3, 25 and a quarter, Kyle 5, 325 and a quarter. Just a different another pasture, guys.
Same man's cattle.
Same man's cattle, just another different pasture. $325, yeah, $325, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, now 30, and 25, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, here, group 335, and 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335, 35, 35, 40, 345, and 45, 55, 55, 55, 50, 60, 360, 55, 57 and a half, and 57 and 60, and now 60, 60, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, group 62, 50, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, group 60, 2 and a half, group 60, 2 and a half, group 62 and a half, and 62 and a half here, Runyon, 360, 26. Kate, girl. $190. Guys, going to be 190. More of these Pattersons. 190. They're all sleeved open. Kent, y'all just passing through or what? Come to the sale barn, huh? I do like them.
Nice deal now.
I do too. Really like to set heifers.
Okay, I'll set them at 38 when
Muddy Pot should be trotting in next, be selling 190 of them. They've all been sleeved open. Back the trucks and get them going. They are nice. There the B-backs right there here. 320, top one, and 21, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 dollar here. 321, 2, and 21, 2, 3, and 20, David 3, and 20, David 3, and 4, and 20, David 4, and 5, and 25, and 600, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, 8 here. 27, and 8, and 9, and 29, good 9 here. Good 29, and 30 there. Good 30, 30, 30, 30 here. But 30, top one, and 31, 2, 31, 2, 32, 32, 32, 31, 2, 3, and 30, David 3, and 30, David 4, and 30, David 4, and 30, David 4, and 34, and 33, 34, 4 here, 33, 34 with half, 4, and 34 there, 34, 34, 34, we're going to get 34 and a half, and 34 and a half, going to be 34 and a half, we're going to get 34 and a half, going to be 34 and a half, 5, and 35, we're going to get 35, we're going to get 35, 7 and a quarter, half, 5, 35, and 35, 75, 5, 35, and 35, 35 and a quarter, 35 and a quarter, 35 and a quarter, 35 and a quarter, and 35, 50, and 35 and a half, 35 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, going to be 35, 50, and 35, 75, going to be 35, 75, going to be 35, 75, 600, and 36, and 36 here, going to be 36, no, going to be 36 here, 36, and a quarter, and now a quarter, going to be 36 and a quarter, and 36 and a quarter and a half, going to be 36 and a half, going to be 36, 75, and 675, going to be 675, going to be 675, 7, and 37, going to get 37, going to get 37, going to be 37, and 37, 37, 37, going to get 37, going to get 37, going to be 337, and 37 a quarter, and 37 a quarter, and 37, 25, going to be 725, going to be 725, going to be 725, going to be 725, and 775 quarter, and 37 a quarter, 37 a quarter, 37 a quarter, 37 and a quarter here and a half, 37 and a half, 37.50, 37 and a half, 37.50, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37.50. We got all day, and 37.50, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 going to be half. Dodge 337 and a quarter on 50. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Let's go to the Howard Ranches. We're going to be 208 in this draft. Be 3 pot loads. Howard's.
split draft of 208, should have 52 here in the ring.
H. Terry H. Yeah, poke like 25 and a quarter kind of come out at the same time. Didn't know if I needed to say quarter or 25, and it all kind of. Yeah, 2.5. Three loads of the Howards.
Right off the weight.
Right off the wheat. Checked open.
4 loads of steers later.
Huh?
4 loads of steers later.
We got 4 loads of steers later on today off this string of cattle.
This may run as quickly coming to an end.
Yeah, this might be it.
Okay, outside on the next 3 and give me the difference.
Money pot lid. Here we go, guys. 208. Nunley. Who bought? Oh. I think they were Nunley's. Money pot's trotting in. Here we go. Howard Ranches, guys. All check to fund. Right there. Go to 310. 10, 12 to 5. Go to 10 to 12 to 5. Go to 10 to 12 to 5. I'm going here. 10, 12 to 5. Go to 10 to 12 to 5. Go to 10 to 12 to 5. 15. And 17 and a half. 17, 20. And now 20. That 1. And 21, 21, 21, 21. And 21, 21, 21, 2. 21, 2. 22, 3. And 23, 3. And 23, 3. 24. And 24, 25. And 25, 25, 25. 4 and a half, 5. And 24 and a half. 4 and a half. 4 and a half, 5. And 25, 55 and a half. 5 and a half. 5 and a half. 5 and a half. 25 and a half. 600. And 25 and a half. Going to be 6 and a half. And 6 and a half here. Half here. Half here. Have here, going to be 20, 650, and 7, 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 here, going to be 40, 2750, and 7, 7, $8, and 20 now, hey, there, 8, here, $28, and 20 now, hey, going to be 20, 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 hey, going to be $28, and 20 back to you, and 20, hey, in here, 20, hey, 20, hey, 28, 28, and 7 and a half, $8, and 7 and a half, going to be 20, hey, 7 and a half, 20, hey, 20, hey, 28, here, to be 320, 7 and a half, 28. Thank you, Harris. We got steers later.
Didn't walk back.
Denwalt. Here's a Den Waltz. Yeah.
Better than my shirt.
42 of them. Den Waltz, ladies, right there. 325. 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750 and 20, to get 7 and a half, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 30, to get 30, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 3750, and 35. What about 6? 35, 3600, and 36 7 and 7 and 7 of 8, 37 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, to get 37 $8, and 37 of 8, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 37, $38 high, and down high, to get 40, and 39, 40, to get 40, going to be 40, top one, and 41, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, down 2, 41, going to be 2, 3, and 43, to get 3, 4, and 44 to 4, 44 to 4, 44, 43, and 4, and 43 to 4, 5, and 45, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 45, and 45, 5, to get 45, 5 here, 44 to 5 here, 5 here, Kyle, 344, 0. Kate, what grade did you finish? Man. Middle school. It is, isn't it? Goodness. $85.
Okay, split trap is 85 and 42 in the ring.
Yeah, he does. Him and Shade rode around this morning. Trading you 85 of these cows right there here. Denwalt and Company right there. $3, 2.5, and 3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5. Bit of 2.5, 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 250, and 2.5 here, 2.5, bit of 2.5, bit of 2.5, bit of 250, and 3, 2.5, bit of 2.5, bit of 2.5, 5, and 3.5, bit of 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750, and 7, 7.5, group 7, 600, and 3, 5, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 9, group 9, bit of 9, 10, group 9, 10, bit of 9, 10, bit of 9, 10, bit of 9, 10, group 9, 10, and 3, 9, 10, 11, and 3, 10, 12, 11, 12, 11, 12, 11, 50, 11 of hand, 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 11, 50, 11, 50, 11, 11 of hand, 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 group 3, 11, 50, 11, 11 of half, 11 of half, group 11 of half, 11, 50, 11 and a half here, group half here, H, 311 on 1. Here's Sonia's. Here's the boss lady. Her cattle might be a little better. Some of these are home raised. I see that brand. Yep. I see the brand here at 325 and 25 and 25, 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 750 and 20, bit 7 and group 20, bit 7 and group 27 and 7 and 30 and 30 get 30 there, group 30 get 30 there, group 30 get 30 there, group 32 and a half, bit 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 37 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 600 and 35, 6, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, group 37 and 37, bit 37, bit 36, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, $8 and 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 9, group 9, bit 9, half 30, you both out. 39 and now 9 daughter group 9 group 9 group 9 at 40 940 now 40 now 1 and 41. Thank you for what you did do. So about 340 Kyle O. Here's a big end of Sonia's. $3, 2 and a half, and $3, 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, 3, 2 and a half, and $3, 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, now 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 3, 10, 3, 10, 3, 10, and 7 of $8, and 3, 7 of a good of 8, 7 and a half, good of 8, 7 and a half, good of 8 and a half, 7 and a half, good of 8, bit of 9, good of 9, bit of 9, good of 309, and now 9, bit of 9, good of 9, 308, now 9, now 10, 9, 10, 11, and 311, bit of 311, would have been 10 and a half, and 10, 50, and 10 and a half, bit of 10 and a half, 10 and a half, 10 and a half, good of 10 and a half, bit of 10 and a half, good of 3, 10, 50, and 10 and a half, bit of 10 and a half, good of 10 and a half, bit of 10 and a half, good of 10 and a half, 10 and a half, 10 and a half here, so about 3, 10, Troy, 19. TJ, thank you, everybody. Here's Oakley's. Told him to gather them last week. There he is, yep. Here's 41, Hadley and Oakley's. Right off the wheat, guys. Nothing but the wheat down there south of Banner. These heifers will be guaranteed open. Starting pretty small, guys. 325 and 25 and 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 30 and 30 get 30 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 32.50 and 32 and a half, 5 and 35 it gets 7 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50 and a half, 50 and a half, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5 and 55 and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, strictly wheat boys here, 55 and 55 online, you're out, 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, going to be 355 and 55 and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, dot 352 and a half, 56. You want to preg them? X and preg. What have you known George to have any bulls running around? 52 more Hadley and Oakleys. Pretty good job, guys. Nice heifers coming in. Very nice. 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 11, 310, 11, 11, 11, 310, 11, 11, 11, 11, 3, 11, group 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 12, and 12, 13, 13, 13, 14, 14, 14, 14, group 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, and 53, group 16, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, and 21, and 20, 22, 1, 2, 3, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, we're going to be 23, we're going to be 23 and a half, and 23, 50, and 23 and a half, half and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23, 50, and 23, bit of a half here, and 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 23, bit of a half here. So, 323, Runyon, 28X. No, I got 6 more. It's more like it. $3 two and a half, and $3 two and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $3 two and a half, and $3 two and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half here, 2 and a half, 5, and $3 5, $5, $5, $5, $5, 305, and $3 5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 7 and a half, 10, 3, 10, 12 and a half, and 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half here, Runyon, 310, same way. Steers later. Thank you, George, Ashley, Oakley, Hadley. Got steers later on. Be a load of these cattle guys from down there at Waurika. Here's a John Ross consignment. Should be. Nope. Yeah, I always like this man's cattle guy. John Ross down there at Waurika. He's checked open or guaranteed open? Guaranteed. These have a big GTO guys. Guaranteed open. $3 two and a half, and $3 two and a half, $2 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 and a half, $250, and $2 and a half, $5, and now 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, group 9, group 9, 10, group 9, 10, group 9, 10, 11, and hound 12, and hound 11, 12, and 13, 13, 14, 14, 14, 15, now 15, 16, and 16 there, going to be 16, and 50 half, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, 16, and 16 there, going to be 16 and a half, going to be 17, 17 and a half, and 17 and a half, 18, 18 and a half, going to be 18, 19, and 19 and a half, 19, 20, and now 20, 50, 20, 51, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 here, 22 and a half, and 21 and a half, now 2, and now 2, going to be 22, 22, 22, 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, now 3, and 23, 3 and a half, 23 and a half, 4, and 24, now 4 and a half, now 4 and a half, 24, 50, and 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, 5, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 325, and 325 here, 5 here, 325, 325 here, Tubby, 320, 4 and a half, 18X. Charlotte's on the big end. Yeah, it's more like it. That's more like John Ross. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, now 70, now 5, 75, 80, and 277 and a half, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 83, 82, 82 and a half, 85, 85, 87, 87, 90, and 92 and a half, 95, 95, 97, 97, now 3, and 3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 1, 300 and 1, and 3 $1, 1, 2, 1, 3 1, and 3 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 303, and half 3, 3, and 2, now 3, and half 3, 3, 3, H 302 on 2, 302 H2. Thank you, John Ross. Hard breathing Charlotte, guys. She needs to come off. Grooms and Damer, guys. Hard breathing Charlotte. Yard her out, guys. It'll be 62 in this consignment. Goodness. Yeah, she's about to. It sure got Sarah's attention up there. Sarah. She's done. She hacked it up. Maybe the one alley. The shed from the shed. Oh, I saw a little poke this weekend. Did you tell Kyle? Oh, Ninja. Carter and Damer, guys. Blanket, Texas. 310, 10, 11, 10, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 11, 310, 11, 11, 310, 11, 10, 11, 12, and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and 17, 17, 18, 18, 18, 19, 19, and 19, 18, 19, 20, and hand 20, and half 1, and 20, and 12, and 12, and 12, and 12, and 22, 321, 2, and 22, 22, 22, and half 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 23, 3, and 23, and half 4, and 23, 4, and half 5, and 25, 600, and 25, going to be 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 here, 27, and 27 here, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7 here, half 7, half 8, and 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, going to be 27. What about half? 750, and 7, 7, $8, and now 8 here, 8 today, 8 here, 8 here, 8 and a half, 8 and a half here, 8 and a half, 9, and now 9, 9, 39 here, 325, and 9 here, 9 and a half, and 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 30, and 9 and a half, 30, and 30, 30, 30, going to be 30 on try at 30, and 30, 30, 30, 30 and a half, and 30, 50 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 30, 50 and a half, and 30 and a half here, half here, bit of a half here, going to be 30 and a half here, Kyle, 3, 30, 11, yard him out. Hey, here's the summertime, girls. Oh, were those heifers? Are these? Kyle, do we need to preg those last ones? X and preg them? Okay, gotcha. X and preg. These heifers will be guaranteed, guys. GTO. 285, and 285 there, good to be 85 there, good to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, good to be 285, 85 here, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, and 90, and down 90, 2 and a half, 5, good to be 97, good to be 3, good to be 3, down 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, 750, and 7 and a half, 7 and 10, and down 10, good to be 10, good to be 10, online guys are out, 10, 12 and a half, and 10 and 12 and a half, 15, 15, 50, 15, 57, 12 and a half, 15, and 12 and a half, both guys are out online, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, and 17, 20, and down 22 and a half, 2 22.5, going to be 22.5. Online, you're out. 22.50 and 22.5. 5 and 25 here. 25, 27.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Going to be 27.50 and 27.5, 7.5, 7.5. Online, you guys are out. 27.5 and 27.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. Going to be half and 27.5 here. Runyon 325, 27X. Here's a big load of these cattle guys. Brown Ranch. 2 drives for these cattle. 310, 10, 12, 5, group 10, 12, 5, group 10, 12, 5, group 10, 12, 5, group 13, 12, 5, 10, 12, 5, 10, 12, 5, 15, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, and half 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 5, and 25, 23, 3, and 22 and a half, 3, 22 and a half, 3, 22 and a half, now 3, now 4, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, 5, and 25, 600, and 25, group 26, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 27, 8, 27, 8, 27, 8, group $28, and 27, 8, group 27, bit of 8, 27, 8, 27, 8, group 27, group $8, and 27, 7 of a half, 8, and now 8, and 20 now 8 here, here 7 and a half, $8, and now 8, and 28, 28, 27 and a half, 28, 28, 28, 28, 28 here, now 8 here, Tubby, 327 and a half, 18. They've been checked. 18X. More of the Browns. $285 and $285 here. Going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 87. Going to be 87. Going to be 87. Going to be 90. Going to get 2.5. Going to get 5. 97. Going to be 3, 2.5, 5, and 305 and 305. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. 303 and half 3. Going to get 3 and 2. Now 3, 4 and 3. Now 4. Now 4, 5 and half 5. Going to get 5. Going to get 5. Going to get 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. H 304 1. Thank you to the Browns. There's Marty's down at Byers, Texas. Yeah, Marty Yakin down there at Byers, Texas. Here's some green cattle there, checked open. Yes, sir. 325. Condition 325. 30 and 30 and now 35, 35, 35, 40. 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and 350. 2 and a half and 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5. 55. 55. 55. 55. 7 and a half. 57 and a half. 57 and a half. 57 about 60 and 360 pound. Going to be 60. Going to get 60. Going to get 60. Going to be 60. 360 and 360. Jacob, yeah, 360 and 57 and a half. Going to be 360 and 7 and a half. Going to be 360 and 7 and a half. Going to be 360. Going to get 60. Going to get 67 and a half. Going to be 360 and now 8, 9 and now 9. Going to be 9. Going to be 9. 359. 359. 359. 8 now 9. Daughter. Going to be 9. 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 Now 60. 360. Jacob Norris. 359. Thank you, Marty. Start on these Livingston. There's going to be about 1,300 in the next 3 drafts. 1,300 in the next 3 drafts. TJ, end it after we get done with this string. You been keeping track? Kinda. Got distracted.
Checked open.
The whole string is going to be checked open, guys. Not a one bred, not a one abort, not nothing. All of them checked open.
We're not going to check them next year.
Next year they won't be checked. Huh? 0 in the last 2 weeks. Not one. And we'll have bulls down in whatever county Seymour's in. Yeah, they buy them weighing in the 3s. Ain't no bulls in Seymour County.
They get long. These shawls, all they get here, all his here.
All one brand. Yeah. Yeah, but I need a guy with some old any trees or bushes and years. A lot of work. There is a lot of trees on this property. A lot of those, I counted 8 of those big pine trees.
Peterboard's taking a $7-8 turnaround in one day.
Yellow.
That's up 3 or 4 hours.
461. And then 460 right behind him. Yep. Good or bad?
Good. I mean, it's
TJ was keeping track because he sold 1,526 in 55 minutes. That's moving through.
wait till the next 55 minutes.
Money pot lid. Guys, we're selling you 461.
About paying $10,
And they're all sleeved open.
$7, $8 tournament.
Yeah. Watch that feeder board.
Yeah.
All right there. Here. Is that right? 460.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 398. Okay, there's 398 in this draft. 398. Scared me. I was looking at that one. 398. That's the next draft. All right, guys. At 310. 310, 12 and a half. 10, 12 and a half. Group 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 10, 12 and a half. 10, 12 and a half. Group 10, 1250. And 10, 1250. And 15. 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 20. And 10, 20, get 20. Half one. And 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21. Here, group 321. And 321, 21. Here, group 2. And 22, 22. And 3. And 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23. Now 4. And 23, 4. And 23 and a half. 24 and 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, 5. Here 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25 and 5 here, 25 and 25 and 5 here, 5 here now, 25, 50 and 25 and 5, group 25 and 5, group 25 and 5, 600 and 25 and 5, group 26 and 25 and 5, group 26 and a half here, half here, now half here, now half and 26 and a half and 26 and a half here, half and a half now 7 and 27 and 7 and a half and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, group 27 and a half, group 27 and a half, group 27 50 and 27 a quarter half and 27 and a half, 75 and 7 75, group 7 75, group 7 $8 and now hey there here $28 and 20 now 8 and a quarter and 28 and a quarter here 25 here 25 here 25 and 825 825 here 825 here 825 and 28 and a quarter and 28 and a quarter and a half 850 there 875 875 here 875 here 850 875 875 here 875 and 5 here 875 here sold 328 and a half Oklahoma 1. Now we've got 461 coming in, Lid. There we go. Just a different member of the family. Handle the exact same way. Same good cattle. There's 461. That's 16 weigh-ins. I sold more than 30 minutes you hadn't all day yesterday. I promise. He they did. Yeah. Ten weigh-ins, guys. Going to be 10 weigh-ins in this offering. On a set of feeding cattle. internet, guys. You wake up. Bryce is getting ready for Elk City baseball this weekend. Yep. Hope he's got me a room saved. Yeah.
Hey, outside on the next 46 when you're ready.
We will. Yeah, we're gonna get them out. We're not gonna forget. Once you buy them from, if the board's up, make a $7 turnaround or sell them fat for $2.60. Get your ass in the frickin' market. Come on. No. You stole them.
Did he buy Sharon?
Yeah. Yeah. Harpoon.
Okay, outside on the next 46, give me a good metric count on this.
Tell you.
Yeah. We'll just sell 2 loads at a time. Option. Yeah. Not anymore. Me too.
Outside on the next 46 when you're ready.
Old man sitting in the chair. What's he doing? Is he sunbathing? What's he doing? Ed Rother. What in the world are you doing?
Even he's got heifers.
Ed's got heifer. Everybody's got heifers. Yeah.
No,
Did
they're not.
George get that deal figured out? The ear tags?
Yeah.
Did he?
Oh,
Had to go
yeah.
through them all.
Oh, yeah, he had to go back out there.
Golly.
Outside on the next 46 when you're ready.
Okay, money pot's coming in next, guys. Opportunity to get you 460 one of these Livingston ladies. Summertime's around the corner. 310. Let's go. 10, 12 and a half. 10, 12 and a half. Going to be 10 and 12 and a half. Going to be 10 and 12 and a half. Going to be 12 and a half. 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 20 by 20. And then 20 get 2 and a half. 21. And 21, 21, 2. 21, 2. 21, 2, 3. And 23 get 3, 4. And 23 get 4 and a 5 here. 24 and a 5. And 24 and a half here. 4 and a half. Going to be 24 and a half. Going to be 24 and a half. 5. And 25 and 5 and a half. And 25 and a half. Going to be 25 and a half. 5 and a half. 600. And 25 and a half. Going to be 6 and a half here. Half and a half. And 26 and a half. And 26 7. And 27 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. Going to be 27.50. And now 8 here. 8 and a half here. 8 and a half. Going to be 28.50. 8.50 50 and a half here. 9 hide. And down high. 9 and a half. Going to be 9 and a half. 9 and a half. Going to be 9 and a half. 9.50. And 29.50 now 30. And 30 get 30 there. Now 30 and a half here. Half and a half. Going to be 30.50. And 30.50 and a half here. 1. And 31 now 1 here. 1 and a half here. 1 and a half. Going to be 31.50. And 31 and a half. 31 2. And down 2. Going to get 32. 32. 32 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 3. And 33. Going to get 3. 33. Going to get 3. And 33 and a half. And 33.50. And 33 and a half here. Now 4. And 34. There. Going to get 34. 34. 34. 34. Now 4. And 34. There. Going to get 34. Going to get 34. Going to get 34. Going to be 33 4. And 33 and a half 4. And 34. There. Going to get 34. Going to get 34. Going to get 34 and a half. And 34 and a half. 34 and a half. 34 and a half. 34 and a half 5. And now 5. And 35 and 5 here. 5 and 5 here. Going to be 335. And 335 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 335. And 335 here. $5 5 here. Okay. 334 and a half. 2. All right, gentlemen, there's going to be 460 in the next draft. Here's Lane Livingston. 460. Be a 10-way split. Handle the same way. They're all checked open. Maybe. Could be. Three more weigh-ins, guys. We'll get ready to roll.
On the next 46 when you're ready.
I think, yes. Pokey's still out suntanning. Kyle. Pokey's still out suntanning. Look at that picture. Look at this. Muddy Pot's bouncing in, guys. 460 of the Livingstons. Just a different member of the family. Let's rock and roll. 310, 12 and a half. Yeah, 10, 12 and a half. Going to be 10 and 12 and a half. Going to be 10, 12 and a half. 15 and a half. 17 and a half. Going to be 20 and 2 and a half. 5 and 25. Going to be 7 and 30. And half 30. Half 1. And 31. Half 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. Half 1. And 30. 31. 2. 2. 2. 3. And 30. They get 3. And 30. They get 3. And 32. And 3. And 33. 33. 33. 33. 33. 4. And 33. They get 4. 5. And 35. You get 5. 35. You get 5. 36 daughter. And 36 7. And 37. And 7. And 7. And 7. And 7. And 7. And 7. Here. Going to be half 7. And 36. Half 7 and 37 and half 7 here going to be 7 here going to be 7 and a half and 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half going to be 37.50 and 30 now 7 and a half 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 7.50 and 30 going to be 7 and a half going to be 37 and a half 37 and a half 37.50 and 37 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half $8 and 30 here to get 30 here to get 30 here to get 30 you done $38 and 30 here to get 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 38 now 38 sold them 330 7 and a half Oklahoma 3 Livingston's, thank you guys, all of you.
I think we got mail coming here. I think we got mail coming here.
You. Here's Sean Ollig's heifers. Be a slew of these. Be about 500 of these heifers.
Oh, they're nice now. Take a look. Got some quality here.
Sean, you know Sean, he starts with a good one. Guys are going to be 354 this cut.
Okay, we're working on the split drop of 354. I should have 45 left in there. Let's get a good
Johnny, he buys these
8.
weighing 3. We didn't check these, but you're going to waste your money checking.
Guys, he buys these cattle weighing 300, 350 pounds. We're going to guarantee them open. You're probably wasting time and money to preg checking. No bulls in no Carthy County. That's not true. Sounded good. There's no bulls in there. See?
Right through Okarche, right through the middle of Okarche. County line road. Okay. We'll send these anywhere now. Take a look.
Wow.
Okay, I'll send them the next 45 and a good head count.
Might be a blue eye or two on the deal, guys. She'll be on there. Not too bad. Board saying APO, but they're guaranteed open.
300 when he bought it.
Dang it.
Wait, outside on the next 44. Give me a good discount on this one, too.
Yeah. Yeah, Jess, you ready? Wake him up, Mike. Wake him up. Did you get some sunblock? I got some. There he is. They had a pretty black guy. Good job, Sean Ollie. Nice heifers you got. This is it, right? Nope, one more. Okay.
Wait, outside on the next 44 when you're ready.
Bloated. Dad said one of them is bloated. He said one of them is bloated on this deal. Bloated. Money pot lid. Another good string of heifers, guys, in the ring. 350 something. 354. 310, 10, 12 and a half, and 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12 of a, group 10 and 12 of a, group 10 and 12 of a, group 10 and 12 of a, group 10, 12 of a, group 10 and 12 of a, group 10, 12 and a half, and 10, 12, 50, and 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and 20, 23, now 1, and 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 22, 22, 22, 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 3, 4, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, and 4, now 5, and 25, and 25, 50, and 25 and a half, half and a half, half and a half, group 25 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 and a half, 25, 50, and 25 and a half, and 6 here, and 25 and a half, group 26 out of here, 5 and a half, group 26 here, and 25 and a half, group 26 and a half, and a half here, and now half here, 26 and a half here, half 7, and 27, and 27 here, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, 75, now 7, and 27, and 27, maybe to get 27 and a quarter, and 27 and a quarter, going to be 27, 50, and 750 here, and a half here, going to be 775, going to be 775, going to be $8, and now here, here today, here, going to be 28 and a quarter, and 28 and a quarter here, going to be 25 here, going to be 50, 50, 50 and a half here, 50, 50 and a half here, going to be 28, 50, 75, 75 and 5 here, going to be 75 and 9, and now 9, 9 here, now 9 here, going to be 29, now 9 and a quarter, and 9 and a quarter, and 9 and a quarter, 950, and 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, going to be 9 and a half, 950, and 950, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 75, and 970, 30, and now 30, and now 30, 3, 30, 30, and 30, and 30, and a quarter, 30, and a quarter, 50. 30, 50, 75, and 30, 75, going to be 30, 75, and 1, and 30 here, 31, 31, 31 here, 1 here, going to be 3, 31, and 331 here, everybody else now, 331 a quarter, and 31 a quarter, 31 a quarter, how much bill, 31 a quarter, and 31 and a quarter, and 1 and a half, 31 and a half, 31 and a half, 31.50, and 31 and a half, and 31 and a half, he won't bid to me, he'll bid to you, 31.50, and 31 and a half, 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 75, and 31, 75, and 31, 75, and how to, going to be 2, look at bill, now 32, and 32 now 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a quarter and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, here going to be 250, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 250, and 32 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, and 32 and a half, here going to be 2 and a half, 32 and a half here, so 330, 2 and a quarter, Tubby, 14. Check for red bloated heifer, red bloated, no preg. Guys be 133 in the next cut.
Split grass of 133. I should have 44. Give me a good head count off on this first cut, please.
No preg, rat tub. No preg.
May have 45 this time. Give me a good head count off.
Yeah, this is wrong first.
Okay. Thank you.
Uber, or not Uber, yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, order 1 or 2. Be 133, right lid? 7 weight lady, Sean Ollig. Right off a wheat. Are these right off a wheat? Okay. Yeah. Does he? So is this today's Coy's last day? Yes. Today? Or tomorrow is? Last day of school. That's last week and a half of school, so. Corbin hadn't done shit in months. Why even go? Corbin skipped his field trip yesterday. He said, do I have to go? I said, you don't have to. Good, I'm staying home.
Same deal, Johnny.
Same dealy whopper, guys. Puts them together a little bitty. Does an outstanding job.
Knock hay out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Nice deal.
325, 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30 down 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 32.50, and 5, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and now 40, and get 40, 40, 40, you're gonna get 40, you're gonna be 40, you're gonna get 40, you're gonna be 40, you're gonna get 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 50, and half, 50, 50, 50, you're gonna get 50, you're gonna get 50, 58, now 9, now 9, you get 9, 50, and 9, 50, and now 50, now 50, you're gonna get 50, you're gonna get 50, now 1, and 50, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, and 50, 51, 1, 1, 2, and 52, 1, 2, half, 2, and 52, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, and 53 and a half, 53 and a half, 53 and a half, 54, and 54 and a half, 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 5, and 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55, 50, and 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, going to be 55, 50, 55 and a half here, half here, half here, half here, going to be half. Runyon, 355, 17. Sean, thank you. Thanks. Got one bloke. Send her to the high country. Bet. Hey, here's Stanley Williams, Bromide, Oklahoma. Stanley Williams got to be 70 in this draft. Yeah, he come in like last night. He's here for the big guaranteed open guy. Stanley Williams, Bromide, Oklahoma.
Figure it cost the game to be.
Go again? All right. I'll bring Corbin. I'll bring Corbin. If you guys go again, I'll bring him over and then see if we can
We're up there.
get some buddies and they can jump around.
Really?
Here's Stanley Williams right there, 310, 12 and a half. 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12, 50, and 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 17, 50, 20, and 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 5, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 50, and 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 25, 600, and 25, 6, Tom, yeah, 25, 6, and 25, 600, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 27, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and half 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 27, going to be 27, and 27, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and half, 750, and now hey there, hey today, there, going to be 28, and down hey there and a half, here, 8 and a half, 850, and down high, 9, and 28, 9 and a half, 9, and down high, 9, going to be 9, 29, 8 and a half, going to be 9, down, 9, going to be 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 950, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 950, 30, and 30, 30, there, going to be 30, 30, down half, and 30, 50, and a half, here, 1, and 30, down 1, here, 1 and a half, here, 1 and a half, here, 150, and 31 and a half here, 1 and a half, 31 and a half, and 31 and a half, 31 and a half, 31 and a half here, Tubby, 331, 14, 11X Prague. You want the 11X in Prague. Thank you, Stanley.
Go to Goldie Boat. Where Drew Hayes met his wife, I think, something like that.
It's where Drew met his wife in Godibo. First grade school teacher. That's what he said yesterday. That's what he said. Here's Rodney's. There's Rodney. There he is. He raised every one of them, guys. There's a bunch of these heifers, 115 and then 92 right behind them. Had a bunch. Well, I had a few yesterday. Two rounds. Throckmorton? Okay. Yeah, right. $115 to Rodney's good home raised heifers now from Goaty Bow, Oklahoma. Kiowa County. Green, green, green.
Beat your heads off.
Okay, split draft of 115. I should have 58 million. Give me a good head count off.
I think it's gonna be lighter. Blue Popeye, there's another little eye.
Be a little blue eyes on the deal, guys. Be one little Popeye. Should be on the deal. Roddy, I didn't tell them to split that check. You might tell the girls in the office to do that. Okay? I just now thought of it. Tubby, you get it. Rodney Hewitt. He's sitting over there underneath Kyle. He told me to split the check. Half in his name, half in his wife's name. I forgot to tell Robin this morning. He can do it. All right, guys, here we go. Here's Rodney's.
Nice deal, condition.
Greatest set of gals been in the ring yet. APOs. Guaranteed open. Ever want to be born and raised together, guys, in there in Kiowa County. Yeah, light end. Go 5 weights. I like them heifers you bought this morning. I know they're right off the cow, but I really. Well, 325, 25, and 27 and 7 and 7 and 27.50, and 27 going to be 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to be 7, going to be 40, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, you're out of line, 45, and 47 and a half, and 47 and 50, and 50, yet again, 50, and 350, going to get 50, going to get 50, 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, and 57, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 57, 50, 57, and 57, and 57 here now, 7 of 8, 57 of 8, 7 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 of 8, 57, $8, and 57 of 8. You both have one line, guys. You're out. 57, going to be 58, and $58, and down here, 60, and 360, and down here, going to be 60, going to get 60, going to be 60, going to be 9, going to be 60, and 59, going to be 60 online. You guys are out. 59, 60, and 59, give 60, and 59, going to be 60 now. 60, you give 60, and 1, and you get 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 60. 62, 2, 3, and half, 3, 3, and 4 here, 64, and 3 and 4 here, 4 here, 4 and half, 3 and 4, and 3 and 4 here, 4 and half, 4, and half, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, H, 363 on 4, 363. Be 92 more Rodneys, guys. He raised every one of them.
We gotta like these, man.
Does he have a handful of steers later, or is he... George, does he got steers later? Does he got a handful of steers? Yeah. Yeah, I think he's got a bunch of steers. He said he was going to bring them either next week or the week after. But he had some steers mixed in with this deal. Keep him locked in Wichita Falls, can you?
Huh?
Can you lock him?
I would like to.
So damn good. Yeah. Sold all them from here there too early.
Kyle was at the mug.
This it, lid. Okay, there's the dip. Here's Rodney's big ladies. They're going to be 10 and 10, 11, and 10, 11, and 10, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10 and a half, 10 and a half, 11, 11, 8 and 10 and a half, 8, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, and 12 and a half, 12, 11, 12, 11, 12, 11, going to be 13, 14, and 14, 15, here, 15, 16, here, 16, 17, and 17, give 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, time 1, and 20, give 1, and 20, head 1, here, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 20, head 1, have 1 and a half, here, 1 half, here, 1 half, and 21 and a half, now 2, and 22 and a half, get 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, going to be 22, 50, and 22 and a half, 3, and 23, get 3, and 23, get 3 and a half, here, going to be 23, 50, and 23 and a half, here, half, here, half, here, going to be 23, give half, and 23, 50, and 23 and a half, here, half, here, now half, here, going to be 23 and a half, and now 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24 and a half, here, 24 and a half, 24, 50, and 24 and a half, 5, here, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25 and a half, 25, 50, and 25 and a half, going to be 25, Tommy, and 25 and a half, and a half, going to be 25, going to be 25, going to be 25, 50, and 25, bit of a half here, going to be 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25, going to be half, H, 325. Thank you, Rod. We'll have those steers here after a while. You're welcome, sir. He said, thank all the buyers. It is heifer week, guys. Here's Rothers. Did you count the tags, George?
Condition going here, too.
Here's another set of green condition, guys. Here's Ed Rothers heifers. Artificial intelligence. Be a short ear or two on this deal, guys. He'll be there. Green, green, green. Right there. 335 and 35 and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37.50 and 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 50, 40 and 40, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50 and 50, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57 and 50 and 57 and a half, 57 and 60 and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, 60, 250, you 2 and a half, 1, 3 and a half, 3, 3, 5 and now 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 65 and 65 and 5 here, 7 and 67 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 now 9 and now 7, good 9, now 7, good 9, now 7, now 9, 67 now 9 and now 9, Tommy you're out, 69, 70 now 1 and 70, 71, 71, 71 yet again, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71 and 70, 71 online you're out, 71, Tommy you're out, 71 and 70, 71 back to you, 71 and 70, 70 here, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71 now 71 and 70, 71, 71 here, 1 here, Dodd, 370 on 55. Do you want to preg him or no? No preg. Well, guys, here's the next 105 head of Rothers.
Okay, split draft of 105. Should have 52 right here.
Be another little deal, guys. Might be a short ear or two. She will be on there. Yeah, Darcy does all that shit. I don't mess with those insurance guys. I had to deal with the Mexican cleanup crew yesterday, cleaning up the property. Look,
You might have should have waited to clean it up before you
54?
insurance guy.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to look bad when the insurance guy comes. Yeah, we know.
I don't know. I was ready for it to get cleaned up. I bet they probably check this set.
You got 52? Okay.
Yeah, that freaking insurance company. They just stay after your ass if you deny the claim. Yeah, that I quit them. The premium went up. Didn't even call me or nothing. Here's your bill. Okay.
Every 6 months, yeah.
You gotta have it. It doesn't hurt to shop them around though.
They had it. They had insurance back in there that long ago. Oh gosh. Should have brought him about 25 at a time.
Guy sitting up on that top row, the new guy from Corsicana, his name's Nelson. They rode steers. That guy down there got him distributed.
They all in. Our guys, 105 of the Rothers. 310. Yeah, 10, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10 and 12 and a half, good to be 10 and 12 and a half, good to be 10 and 12 and a half, good to be 310, 12 and a half, and 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10 and 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, and 10, 12, 50, 15, and 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, there, good to be 25, 2 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25, and half 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 23, 4, and 23, 54, 24, 5, and 25, 25, 5, 6 cutter, and 25, good to be 6 here, 25, 26 here, and 25, going to be 26 under 25, 50, and 25 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 5 and a half, 6 here, and 26, 25 and a half, 26, Terry, and 25 and a half, going to be 26, and 25 and a half, going to be 26 under 25 and a half, going to be 26 and a half, now a half, 6 and a half, and a half here, half here, half here, going to be 26 and a half, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, going to be 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, and 27, and 27, I'm going to get 27, I'm going to get 27, and 27 here, running, 320, 6 and a half, 28X. Thank you, Ed. Prestige. Prestridge. No implants in these cattle, guys. They are all checked open. Right off the wheat.
Nice deal.
That Abilene? Throckmorton.
Okay, this is gonna be a split draft of 68.
Just right there north of Albany. Quality time.
Nice deal, here, man.
Lose, get cattle cash right there. 320, and 2.5, and 22.50, and 20, but 2.5, get 2.5, 22.5, 22.50, and 22.5, 25, 25, 27.5, 7.5, 7.50, and 20, get 7.5, going to be 27.5, 7.5, 7.5, and 27.5, 30, and 30 get 30 there, you're going to be 30 get 30 there, you're going to be 30 get 30 there, you're going to be 30 now 30, and 7.5, 30, and 30 get 30 there, you're going to be 1, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, that 1, and 30, 31, here, another 1, here, 1, here, you're going to be 331, and 331, 31, here, now 2, and 32, 32, 33, 33, 33, 33, now 3, 33, you get 3, 33, now 3, and 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3, get your man, he won't bid to me, 33, and 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3, and 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3, you out now, and 33, we get 3, 33, we get 3, 4, and 34, and 33, 4, 5, and 35, 30, you done, 35, and 35, and 5, here, 5, here, 335, and 335, here, 5, here, 35, and 35, here, LaFleur, 334 on 70. Thank you, Mr. Prestridge. Nice heifers you had. Herman McKay, Dad. Temple. 265, that it, 265, and 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 70, and 265, 70, and 65, 70, and 70, you get 70, you get 70, you get 70, you're going to be 5, going to be 70, you get 5, going to 270, and 270, and 65, 70, you get 70, you get 75, and 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, and 90, you get 90, 85, here, you're going to be 290, 85, 90, 85, you get 90, 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 here. So, 285. 88X. Crippled. They've already been checked. 88. Yard them out. Black heifer left hip off. Still feeding them, Dad? Still feeding them?
Probably his grandkids by now.
No, he's out there feeding. Herman McKay. Those were his. Let's go to early Texas. Here, Brad Simpson's. '86. Simpsons are long wait at 35, and 35, you go about 35, 30 half, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 37, 50, and then 40, and 42 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 47 and a half, you get 50, and half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5 here, 5 here, Tommy, you're 55, and 55, and 55, 7 and a half, and 57, Jacob, you're 57 and a half, 7 and 60, and now 60, you get 60, you get 60, bit of a 60, you get 60, and 7 of going to be 360, and 7 of going to be 360, and now 60, you get 60, you get 60, here, Jacob, 350, 7 and a half, Norris. Thank you, Brad. White face heifers. Dylan Crick, light pan, off the wheat, no implants. Checked them open. 325 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750, and 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 27 and a half, 30, and 30 get 2 and a half, 5, and 37, going to be 42 and a half, 45, 45, 7 and a half, 47, 50, and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50, and half, 50, we get 50 and a half, 50 and a half, 58, 9, and half 9, we get 9, go to 9, we get 9, 49, 50, we get 50, 49, we get 51, and 50, 52, 2, 3, 53, 4, 53 to get 4, 53 to get 4, and 53 to get 4, 53 4, and 53 and 4, dollar to 4 here, 4 here, 4 5, and 55 and 56, 5600, and 55, 56 here, 5, going to be 56 here, H, 355 4. Stevens. Here's a Stevens category. Right there, going to be 2 drafts of these here. Right there, here, 350, now 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 360 pound, 55, 60 there, 5, going to be 360, and 55, going to be 60 there, 5, and 65, 70, we get 375, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, you out online, Bill, you're out, 375, and 375, 80, and 380, 80, give 80, give 80 here, 80, now 5, 85 here, Jacob, you're out, 85, 85 here, 85, 85 here, 85 here, poke, 380, 56X. Already checked. Okay. 16 more, the Stevens are there, here, and 335, and 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 40, and 40, we get 2, and we get 5, that's 47, we get 50, and 50, we get 50, we get 50, half 1, and 50, half 2, 3, we get 53, 4, 5, and 56, 55, 56 hundred, and 55, 6, 7, 7, 57, and 56, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8 dollar, and 57, we get 9, and we get 9, you're out, Jacob, 9, 60, it's 60 there, good 9, we get 60, good 9, we get 60, good 9, good 360, and 361, and to get it on, has to get it on here, Jacob, yeah, 60 down to 2, and down to 2, we get 2, 62, now 3, and 3, we get 3, and 2, we get 3, now 3, now 4, and 64 here, 5, and to get it 5 here, 5 here, good 3, 65, Jacob, and now 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5, 6, 366, 366, Jacob, 365.
Yes, I got you. I got it.
Who?
Is that what you're waiting on?
I may have you on the phone on that deal. Here's Larry's, Mountain View. Larry and Cecil, be 3 drafts, these heifers. They're checked up on 325, 25, and 25, 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, going to be 2750, and 20, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 2750, and 20, and 7, going to be 20, and 7, going to be 20, now 7, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be half, 30, now 1, now 1. 32 and 3 and 33 to get 3, 33 to get 3 and 4 and 34 and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 335 and 335 here, 600 and 35, 36 out of there, 35, 36 and 35, 36 out of there, 35, going to get 6 here, 35, going to get 600, going to be 35, going to be 6, Debbie, 335, 17X. They've been checked. Do you need to leave? Do you need to leave? No. Okay. 26 more Larrys. Mountain View. Larry Hooper. $3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5. We're going to get 2.5 here. Half and a half here. Half and a half here. Going to be $2.50. And 3 2 and a half here. Half here. Half and a half here. Out the gate. $2.50 and 2 and a half here. Half and a half 5 and 3 and a half here. 3 and 3. We get 3. We get 3. We get 3 and 2 and 3 and 3 3. We get 3 and 2. We get 3. 303. Is that all? And 303. We get 3 and 2. We get 3. We get 3. We get 3. 302. 3 here. So 302. Troy 19. One time. Here comes Cecil's. Cecil usually lets me know when they're coming. He call you? No, he didn't call me either. Showed up. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Right there, here, 330, 2.5, and 30, get 2.5, and 30, get 2.5, bit of 2.5, 2.5, 250, and 5, and 35, and 37, and 7.5, 7, 40, get 40, that's huge, get 40, and 40, get 40 here, 40, 40, get 40, get 1, and 41, 41, 41, 41 for 2, and 41, 2, 43, 42, get 3, 43, get 3, 42, now 3, and 43, 43, get 3, and 43, 43, 3, 43, get 3 here, Tubby, 342, 17. Thanks, Cecil. Steers later. All right. Gotta be Wigington. No. Hogan. Huh. Here's Hogan's heifers. Harvey's. It's Hogan time right there, here, 310, and 10, 12, 5, go to be 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 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12, 5, go to be 10, 12, 5, 15, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 20, 23, half 1, and 21, 22, 22, 22, 21, 2, 21, go to be 2, 21, go to be 22, 1 and a half, 2, and 22, now 2, now half here, half 3, and 23, 3 and a half, half 3 and a half, 4, and 24, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 325, 25, 50, 600 and 26 and a half, 26 and a half, 26 and a half, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, 327 and 7 to bid, 27 to buy, 27 and 27 here, H, 320, 6 and a half. Thank you, Harvey. Mark Brooks right there, here going to be 2 drafts, and Mark says right there they are checked up on 335 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half. Going to be 35, 37.50 and 37 and 37.50 and now 40, we get 40, 40, 40, now 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 45 and 45, 47 and a half, 50, we get 50 and a half, 50 now 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 50 and a half, 1 and 50, 51, 50 and a half, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, and 52, 2, 3 and 53, we get 4 and 53, we get 4, 53, we get 4, 53, we get 4, 54, now 5 and 55, 600 and 55, 56 here, 55, 56 out of there, 5, going to be 6 here, Dodd, 355, 55.
More of them.
25 more of the Mark Brooks heifers. Just leave it open. 320 had 1 and 321 and 20 and 21 21 21 21 21 21 and 321 31 here 1 here 1 here 1 here 320 and 1 and 321 1 here there it is 321 and 21 21 21 21 21 2 and 22 and 2 and now 3 3 4 5 600 and 25 we get 6 here Tommy out 25 26 7 and 7 and 7 and half 7 and 27 and half 7 and half $8 28 now 8 8 28 and how hey there you bet $8 and 20 now hey there here Tubby 327 and a half 18 11. Sold yours too early, George.
Mike Grant checked over.
Here's Mike Graham's heifers. How many Brads, Gary? Yeah. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, 60, 5, 70, 275, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75. Cow makers here online, 275, and 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75. Going to be 275, and 272 and a half, 70, we get 2 and a half, 70, we get 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half. Did you bid, TJ? 5, 75, 50, now 80, 280, 82 and a half. 82 and a half, 82 and a half here, 82 and a half here, 280, 86. Was Wyrick? Everybody's got heifers, George. Be a load of Wyricks. He's got heifers. Right off the wheat. APO. Bring cattle guys right there, here, 335, and 35, you go about 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 37.50, and 30, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 30, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37.50, and 40, and down 2 and a half, 45, and 45, you got up here, 45, 42 and a half, 45, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and 50, and down 2 and a half, you get 2 and a 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 and 5 here, 50 and 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, Terry out, 55, and 50 and a half, 5 here, Tommy's in, and 50 and a half, 5 here, 5 here, Runyon, 352 and a half, 17. They've been checked. $30 more of the Wyricks. Here's a little summertime girls. Feeding girls right there. 310, 10, 12, 50, 10, 12, going to be 10 and 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 12, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 5, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50 and a half, 6, 7, and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 27, and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, $8, and 27 of 8, 27 of 8, now 9, we get 9, now 30, we get 30, going to be 30, but 30 now, half, 30 now, half, and 30, 50, and half, 30 and a half here, half here, going to be 30, 50, and 30 and a half, 1, and 30 and a half here, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 3, and 33 and a half, 34, 34, 34, 34, and 34 here, 34, we get 34, we get 34, Tubby, 330, 3 and a half, 11. 310, and 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12, going to be 10 and 12, going to be 10, 12, going to be 10 and 12, going to be 10, 12, going to be 310, we get 310, $3 a pound, 305, and 305, and 305 here, 5, we get 5 here, 5 here, going to be 305, and 305 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 305, and 305 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, 10, 310, 15, 20, 320. 320 and 20 and 20 get 20 there. You're going to be 20 get 20 there. You're going to be 20 get 20 here. Tebby 315, 17. Thank you, John. Let's go to Shamrock. These will be pretty nice and they'll be pretty green. White faces. You bet you guys right there. You're going to Mark McDowell's a good home race. Whoever's out there at Shamrock. Yes, sir. Right there, here. 335 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 30, 35 and 35, 40 and now 45 and 45, 50, 53, 59, 59, 59, 53, 59, 55, 55, 60 and 365 and 365 here. 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 365 and 65 and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65 and 65 and 5 here. 5 here. Runyon 360. 17. Bigger sisters of Mark's guys right there here. 325. 25 and 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750. And 20, 7 and a half, 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 750 and a half, 7 and a half, 30. And 30, get 30 there. Going to be 30, get 30 there. Going to be 30, get 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, not 30, not 30, 330. And 30, get 30 there. Not 30, get 30, going to be 30, get 30, going to be 30, get 30, going to be 30, bit of 30 and a half, 30 here. Debbie, 327 and a half, 11. Thank you, Mark. Be steers later. Will be done today. 5. Some will be done today. 5. Done number 5. $57 a Dale's. Half a week. He knew when to ship them, didn't he? Heifer day. Heifer week. Be load them, guys. Dale Ransoms. Made them pretty black. $3 2 and a half, and $3 2 and a half, and 2 and a half and a half here, 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 3 2 and a half, and 3 2 and a half, and 2 and a half here and a half here, 1 and 3 and 1 here, 1 here, 1 and 1 here, 1 and 301 and 301 here, 1 and 2 and 302, 1 and 2, 1 big 2, 302, 302, 1 going to be 2 and now 2 and 302, 1 big 2, going to be 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 2, now 302, now 3, now 3, now 4. 304. Jigga 4, you bidding 304 and 34 and 304 and you bidding 304 and 304 here 4 and now 3 bidding 4 going to be 3 bidding 4 going to be 3 bidding 4 going to be 304 and 304 here 4 here 4 here LaFleur 303 on number 78. What about 85? Put them on 85 yard amount stub horn heifer and preg. But you was bidding on them. I didn't either. Dale, thank you. Here's a Foster. Here's how they're going to be Foster time. How they're going to be 2 drafts, these heifers. 375, and 375, now 75, 75, 75, 375, and 375, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 375, and 375, 375, and 375, and 375, and 75, and 75, 365, and 370, and now 70, and 370, and 370, and 370, and 375, and 75, and 375, you out on line, 375, 375, and 375, and 75, 375, 375, 375, and 375, and 375, and 375 here, 375, 75, and 75 here. Hold them, 370. GB 62. 63. Well, these Foster guys are all born and raised together. Home raised heifers are checked open. 335 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335 and 37, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37.50 and 37 and 40, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, now 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, 60 and now 60, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 250 and 62 and a half here, half here, half here, LaFleur, 360 on 71. The green, they want them. Go to back to old Karchi. Enders. Enders. Endress. Evan Endress. Huh?
Yes. Just calm down. Put his shirt on.
What do you say?
Two drives these ever.
Be 2 drafts. These guys up at Old Karchi. You leaving? You leaving? Don't know. Yes. Who does? Tom and Evan Enders. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25 here, 5 here, 5 here, 20, had 1, and 21, and 21, 21 here, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 21 here, another 1 here, 21, I got 20, had 1, and 21, had 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25, bless you, and 25 here, 5 here, 5 here, Kyle, 324, 11. It's going back on up. Yeah. Hold 1. Hold 1, cripple, right there, here, $3, now 1, and $3, and $3, one another 1 here, another 1 here, another 1 here, another 1 here, now 3, 1, and 301, and 301 here, 1 here, did you get it 1, and 301 here, 280, and 282 and a half here, 82 and a half here, 82.50, 82 and a half here, 80, 81, 81 here, 81 another 1 here, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81. 81 here, poke, 280, 82, yard him out. One's got a right bump on her right knot on her right side. You, seller, PO? Huh? PO the whole deal. PO the whole deal. Put her back on. PO.
Hey, they're gonna let this one out and then PO the whole deal.
Here's a bar cattle from up there at Dover, isn't it? She raised all these cattle guys. There's 12 here. There's 29 right behind them. Express Genetics right there. No antibiotics right there. 55 and 55 and 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half and 57, 50 and 57, 7 and a half, 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 57, 50 and 57, 57, 57 and 55 and 55 and 55 and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. At the gate, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half here. Runyon 355, 17. Ah. All right, I'm gonna let you. Yeah. Well, I don't take long to sell cattle. All right, here's 29. There must be some really nice heifers coming in. They come up here at Dover, Oklahoma. She raised them all, being really nice. There's 29 of them. I'm gonna let you talk to Bill. Huh? Here's the bar, ladies, guys. You want some cow makers? Here you go. Weight 829. They're express breeding, no implants. You want to start your breeding program? Well, here you go, guys, right there. Here, 335, 335, 35. You go about 35, 37, 37, 7, 7, 37, 50, 40, and 40. You get 2.5, 42, 55, and 45. You get 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 345. You get 345. You get 345, and 345, and 45. You get 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, 350. 355, 355, and 55, 60, and 360, and 365, and 365, and 365 here, 2.5, 5, 365, 7.5, 367 and a half, 370. 370 and 370, we get 370, we get 372 and a half, and 70, we get 2.5, 72 and a half, 5, and 375, 375, we get 375, and 75 here, 75, 75, 375, 375, 375, Sodom, 372 and a half, Macklemore. One has a rough back, bring her back, please. Tell him I didn't dream those would bring that shit. Here's the Berkeleys. Will you mark those down, or will you put them replacements as in the comments? Right? Yeah. Ain't too shabby themselves, are they? Didn't dream they would bring that. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and 25, 27 and 7 and 7 27, 50, and 20, we get 7, going to be 27 and 7 30, we get 30, 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 31, and 31, 2, 30, we get 33, 33, 34, 34, 5, and 35, we get 5, 34, we get 5, 34, we get 5, 3600, and 36, 7, and 37, 7 here, 7, and 37, we get 37, just out, 37, and now, hey, we get 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, we get 37, going to be $8, and 37, we get 30, hey, we get 30, hey, we get 30, hey, we get 30. 37 away, going to be 37, going to be 8, and 37 away, 37, sold, 337, put them on, who'd I have? LaFleur 70, LaFleur 70, yes, sir?
Yes.
You want them to be open?
Who was that last year?
Berkeley? You want them to be bred or open, there, Kent? Yeah. Berkeley. Here's the Bach cattle. Bach from Henrietta. 310, 310, 12 to 5, go to be 10 and 12 to 5, go to be 10 and 12 to 5, go to be 10 and 12 to 5, go to be 10, 12 to 5, go to be 310, 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, 20, and hand 20, 23, go to 20 and 20, hand 20, hand 22 and a half, 21, 2, and 22, 23, 23, 23, 24, 24, 24, 24, you get 4, 5, and 25, you get 5, 25, you get 5, 24, now 5, and 25 and 5 here, 5 here, 5, 8, Tubby, 324, 17. Black one, they've been riding her. Buller. Short ears, or I'll go. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, and 55, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 255, and 55 here, now 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 5 here, 5 here, 60, 5, and now 5, 70, 270, and 270, we get 275, and 75, 5 here, 275, and 275, 5 here, 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, so 270, Varner, 88. Yeah. Yes, sir. Here's a laminate cattle guy, 2 drives of Scots. 325 and 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and half 30, we get 30, going to be 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 to 40 and 40, 40, 49, 40 and 40, get 43, 40 and half 1 here, 41, 41, 2, 43, 43, 4, 5 and 45, 645, 6, 46, 7 and 47 and 8 here, 49, we get 9, 50, we get 50 here, 51 and 50, 51 here, 1 here, 2. 1, 2, 3, and 53, 52, 53, LaFleur, 352, 71.
Hey, Sean. Did he want to fill both drives of those or just the one? You're fine, Paul. Yeah, I can't remember what the other drive brought. Did you see him? The one that ran right ahead of that deal?
Here's more Scott Laminax here, guys. They're checked open. 310, you get 10, 12 to the go to be 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 10, 12, 50, you get 10, 12 to the 15, and 17 to hand, 20, get 20 to hand, 20, go to be 22 to hand, 25, you get 25, 23, get 5, 25, go to be 7, 25, go to be 7, now 9, now 9, now 30, and 30 get 30, half 1, and 31, 2, 1, 2, 3, we get 33, 4, we get 34, 5, and 36, 35, 36 here, and 35, go to be 36, go to be 35, go to be 6, go to be 35, go to be 6 here, Kyle. 335, 11. Kyle 11. Here's a Thompson cattle guys right there. Going to be 2 drafts. See the Thompsons right there. 330, 335, and 335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35 here. 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. 335, and 335, and 35 and 5 here. 5 here. 3 and a quarter, and 325, and 325 5 here. 325 5 here. 325, and 25 5 here. 325 5 7 and a half. Now 30, and now 30, 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 32 50, and 30 to get 2 and a half. Going to be 32 and a half, 32 and a half here. Going to be 32 and a half, and 32 and a half here. Terry, 330 on 5. Yeah.
All right. I got some fat calves I can put with them.
Well, the Thompsons. $3, 2 and a half, and 3 get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, go to be 2 and a half, go to be 2 and a half, 3 250, and 3 2 and a half here, half here, half here, half here, go to be 250, and 3 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, go to be 2 and a half, get 2 and a half. Everybody else, 3 2 and a half, 3 2 and a half, and 3 2 and a half here, half here, half here, Tubby, $3, 17. Sell that over? Is it? Here's a Black Creek cattle. Black Creek. Dish right there here, 350, now 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, and 55 here, 350, now 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, and 355 here, 5 here, 5 here, 60, 360, and 55, 65, and 65, and 65 here, 70, 370, 370, 5, and 375 here, Varner, 370. 56 X. No. They were at the time. They were at the time. At that hour of the day, they were. Don't bring back around. Don't let the high prices get in the way of cattle you like. Here's a Chris Bryan cattle from Dover. 310, 10, 12 to 5, good to be 10 and 12 to 5, good to be 10 and 12 to 5, good to be 10 and 12 to 5, good to be 310, 1250, and 10 and 12 to 5, good to be 10 and 12 to 5, good to be 10, 12 to 5, good to be 12 to 5, and 10, 1250, and 10 and 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 15, and now 17 to 5, good to be 20, and now 22 to 5, good to be 22 to 5, and now 2250, and 20 to 2 to 5, good to be 22 to 5, 5, and 25, 7 to 5, 30, to 30, good to be 30, good to be 30, out 30, and now 30 get 30 there, good to be 30 get 30 there, now 30, and 30 get 30 down, 30, Tommy out 30, and now 30, get 30, good to be 30, get 30, good to be 30, 32 and 31 and 30, 31, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, here, Tubby, 331, 17. Davis. There's a Davis cattle from Minko. 335 and 35 and 35 35 40 and 35 40 40 35 40 35 40 35 40 35 40 and 35 40 40 40 35 that's already you 35 40 and 35 40 40 40 45 45 50 50 and 15 half 5 and 55 55 55 60 and 360 pound here 5 going to be 360 online going to be 360 and 365 and 365 and 365 here 5 here 5 here GB 360 on 63. Cow makers. Cow makers right there, guys, right there here. 330, that one. And 31, more of the Davis cattle from down there at Minko. 325, E25, E25, and 25, 25, 25, 27, 7, 7, 7, 7, 2750, and 20, 7 of 30, and 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, that one, and 32, 2, 3, 33, 33, 33, 33, 4, and 34 here, 34, 34, 35, 35, 35, 600, and 35, 6 here, going to be 35, going to be 600, going to be 35, going to be 6, LaFleur. 335, 71, 70. Here's a Whitrock ladies here, Mike Treese. Right off the right, short ride. They're guaranteed open. Yes, it is. Is that all of them? 38? 325 and 25, you give 25, 27 and a half, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 20, get 7, going to be 20, now 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, get 30, 30, 30, going to be 30, get 30, now 30, and now 31, here, 31, and 32, 1, 2, 3, get 30, 3, get 30, 3, get 30, 2, 3, 4, and 34, 5 here, 5, 5 here, 5, 600, and 36, 35, 600, and 35, 6 here, 35, 36, and 35, going to be 600, going to be 35, going to be 36 here, going to be 35, 6, 7, and 37, going to get 37, going to be 37, going to get 37, and 37, going to get 37, going to get 37 here, Kyle, 336, 8X, 11X. Black Hatted here, 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25 there, 27.50, and 20, 57, going to be 20, now 7.5. Crit and break, guys, right there, 7.5, and 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, going to be 30, 2.5, 32.5, 5, and 37, going to get 37, 37, 37.50, and 37 40, and half 40, 40, going to get 40, going to be 40, going to get 40, going to get 40, going to get 40, going to get 40, LaFleur, 337.5 on 70. Oakley, why'd you sell your heifer so early? $3 now 5 and 305 to get 5 here 5 here 5 305 and 305 here get you 3 now 5 302 and a half and 2 and a half to get 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a half 2 and a 5 now 5 7 and a half 750 now 10 310 12 and a half 10 12 and a half 10 and 12 and a half and 10 and 12 and a half here Tubby 310 11x.
Okay. Oh, I don't know. It'll be a couple, 3 hours.
He gets up here, I'll let
Okay, good.
When he gets up here, I'll let
All right, I'll be looking for him. You bet, thanks.
Got a new ball player in the cage over there, don't we? New ball player in the cage. Three brindles and 3 limousine crosses. 310 and 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, 22 and a half, 22, 55, and 25, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and 40, and 40, 40, 40, going to get 40, going to be 40, going to get 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, and 47, top roll, you're out, and 40, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 7 and a half, running, 345, 17x. 310 and 10, 12, 50 and 10, 12, 5, go to 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 310, 12, 5, go to 310, 12, 5, go to 310, 12, 50 and 10, 12, 5, go to 10, 12, 5 here, $3 a pound, 32 and a half and 32 and a half and a half here, half here, half here, and 250 and 32 and a half here, half here, 270 and 275 and 275 a 5 here, 75, 80 and 280 here, 80, we get 280, we get 280, we get 275, 80 and now 80 there, 80, Warner, 275, 72, X. $275.80 and $275.80 and 75 going to be 75 82 75 going to be 82 82 82 75 80 and now 80 80 80 we get 2 80 we get 2 80 we get 2 75 80 and 75 80 80 80 80 80 here same way 275 72x. Little old grays and heifers, guys, right there. They're guaranteed up on here. 365 and 65 has a good 70 and 365 70 there 70 and 370 we get 370 here going to be 370 and 65 70 there going to be 370 going to be 370 and 365 70 has 70 we get 70 we get 70 here poke 365 56x. One small pour. They're all poor. Poorest of the poor. Smallest one. Smallest pour.
So you didn't happen to mention those
What's ages here?
handling loaded trucking I need the billing for. Did
2 and 3 year olds. 2 and 3 year olds.
Has he?
$2.
He didn't, well, we hadn't heard a word, and I just
$2.
know what he
Now 5 and 2 5 10 here, a little bit of a 10 here, 2 10 15 2 15 2 15 20 and 225 225 and 225 here, 5 here, going to be 225 here, 5 here, so 220. Varner.
those guys.
102.
That's what someone would have told me. Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind, just let me know what the number is and we'll send you the bill. That's all I need. Okay, thank you.
Ones and twos are open. Ones and twos are open. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 5, 70, 275, 80, 5, 85, 90, and 290 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90, and 290 here online, go to 290 here, 80. What about you, Terry? 290, and 290 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, 285, 86. Four-year-olds. 4-year-olds, guys, right there, here, $2, 25, and 205, and 205, and 10 here, 210, 20, and 210, 20, good to be 20, good to be 210, 15, and 10 to 15, good to be 10 to 15, good to be 10, 15. Anybody make some cows out of them? Here you go, 20, and 220, 15, 20, and down 20, we get 220, we get 220, 220, and 15, 20, get 20 there, good to be 20, 20 there, good to be 20, and 20, and down 20, we get 20, good to be 20 here, Terry, 215, 11. Let's sell bred heifers for a while. Got a bunch of them, Bill? Here's 13 of McDowell's. They are 2 to 5 months. Someone make a little nice little cow someday. $3. $3.05 and 3 to 5. We get 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, go to 305 and 305 and 3 to 5. We get 5, we get 5 to 5 here, 5 here, 5 305 and 3 to 5. We get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, 5 here, Varner, $3. 127. 127. Yep, 127. McDowell's are aborted. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 to 5 here. 5. We get 5. We get 5 here. 5 here. 10. 10. 15 and 15. 20. Get 20 and down 20. We get 3. 20. We get 3. 20. 15. 20 and down 20. Going to be 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 20. Down 20 here. Terry. 315. 9. These two are 7 months bred. 3,000. 30, 100, and 31, and 3,100 here, 100 here. Where's Dennis at? 3,100, and 3,100 here, 100 here, 100 here, 25, and 25, 600, and 25, going to be 6, and 25, going to be 2,600 here, 25, going to be 26 here, 25, going to be 2,600, and 25, going to be 27, and 27, 27, 800, and 27, going to be 28, 9, 9, we get 9, 3, and 3,000, going to be 25, we get 3,000, going to be 25, we get 3,000, Barner, 2,900 on 120. $4 and 6 months. Here's Stevens, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. Better get $5 here. Better get $5 here. $5 here. $2.85.90. $85.90 here. $85.90 here. $85. $2.85 and $2.85 here. $85 here. $2.60. $2.65. $2.65 here. $2.65 here. Here going to be $2.60 here. $2.50. $2.50. 4 and 6 months. $2.55 and $55 here. $5 here. $60. $5.70 and $2.70. We get $2.70. $2.70 McGee. $2.65. 5 months. 5 months bred. $2.50. $2.50, $60, $70, and $2.60, $70. We get $2.70, $2.60, $70. We get $2.70. We get $2.70. We get $2.70. We get $2.75 and $75, $80. $5, $90, $5, $3, and $3. We get $3 and $95. We get $3 and $95. We get $3 and $95. We get $3. Varner $2.95, $120. You don't make a cow out of her? Kevin, middle of August. Seven months here, 310.20, and 310.20, and 10.20, we get 310.20 here, 310.20, and 10.20, bit of a 10.20, bit of a 10.20, go to 310.20, and 310.20, 10, 20, 310, 320, 310, go to 20, 20, 10, 310, go to 20, Terry, 310, 4. Eight months bred, 3,000. 3,100 and 31 and 3,100 here, 1, 2, 2, 3, we get 33, 34, 34, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5 and 34, 5. You got poke 35 and 34, 5 and 3,500 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, Ricardo 3,400 on 10. You missed, Ed. I will be up there in a minute. Thank you, Elmo. Go get it, he said. How far? 5 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100 here, 1, 2, 3, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, 23, 4, 2,400, and 25, and 25, 5, and 2,500 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 2,500, and 2,500 here, 5 here, 25 here, Varner, 2,400, 120. She's 8 months bred here, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get $5 here, $5 here, $5 here, $3.05 and $3.05. We get $5 now, $3.05 here, $5 here, $10 now, $3.10, $3.10. You get 10 here, $5. We get 10 here, $5. We get 10 here. Terry, $3.05, 4. Seven months bred, 3,000. 3,100 and 3,100 here, 1, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, and 3,100. You bet poke 3,000, 31 and 3,100 here, 25 and 25, 600 and 25. Going to be 2,600 here, 25. Going to be 2,600 here, 25, 600 and 25. Going to get 2,600 here, 25. Going to get 6 here, Warner 2,500, 120. 3 months bred, 310.20, and 310.20, and 310.20, we get 310.20. She's 7 months. She's 7 months bred, $3. Now 5, and 305, now 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. Going to be 305, and 305 here, 270, 280, and 70, 80, 70. We give 80, 275, 75, 80, 5, 90. We get 290, in 90, 80. Oh, God dang it. Varner 285, 120, 19. No, Varner 19. That's why I got that beard, Billy. Save that sand out of my.
Good for something.
Holy
3 months.
Better get Dell up here. I got it all on my left eye. How far, Brad? 3 months, guys. $3. 310.20 and 10.20. We get 310.20. We get 310.20 and 10.20 and 20.30. We get 30. We get 30. Going to be 30, 30, 40, 340, 340 and 30, 40, 30, 30, 40, 330, 40 and 330, 40, 40. Now 40, 40. We get 40. We get 40. We get 40 here. Terry 330 on 9. Somewhat in my mouth. 8 months, 3,000, 25, 2,500, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 2,500, here, 500, here, 5 here, going to be 2,500, and 2,500, here, 5 here, 2,100, and 2,100, here, 1 here, 8 months, guys, 2,100, and 2,100, here, 1 here, 2,100, and 2,100, here, Varner, 2,000, 1 but 19, but 119. XA cash right there, $3, 305, and 305. We get 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, 5 here, 275, 80, and 75, 80, 80, 80, 80, Varner, 275, 72. She's aboarded. Yep. We're out of mail, Gary. We're out of mail. Like Graham's taking his home. Yep.
I think that's all of them.
That's all of them. The only thing I have left is 16 off of my
Here's now these guys are 2 and 3 months bred. $3. 310 and 10, we get 310, we get 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, and 10, 20, and 310, 20, we get 310, 20, we get 10, 20, we get 10, 20, we get 10, 20, Terry, 310, 4, 9. Yeah, I would think so. 4X. Terry, 4X. Good. I thought we'd be done by 1 o'clock with heifers. That's awesome. 4 hours, sell 5,000 heifers.
Yeah. We haven't got our ass kicked. It's been great.
The first hour and a half.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Changes $10 fucking dollars a hundred.
You'll sell her, Sean? P.O. Or try to? You want to take her home? All right, take her home.
You got a load.
Turn her out of that high country ground.
Need one of those back, please.
Yeah. Yeah. There's 15 more, little small one. I mean, they're that being straight in bite. You just got her ass in a bowl.
What's left? Blue hand tags.
That board changed $8 to $38. Down to
Okay.
38.
Unknown.
Is the tag number on one of those 485?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, Cripple Bar 56.
Investigating more than a 4-pack or something.
250. 250, 60, 70, we get 280, we get 280, we get 290, we get 300, now 10, 3, 10, 20, 3, 10, 20, and 20, 30, we get 3, 30, down 20, 30, and hand 30, we get 30, hand 30, we get 30, we get 30, we get 30, hand 30, here, Terry, 320, 9.
Carry 9.
When they grab your finger? Thursday? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
You ain't getting any off your ass cheeks, are you? Ain't got enough.
That's where I'd take it.
Ain't got enough, do you?
That's what Hollis told Billy. And he wouldn't take it off the back.
That one.
Oh, get it right back here.
Red Cripple Pile 11X.
L11X red crib.
Shanghai pants.
That's a Brammer. That's that one that we didn't know about. Remember?
I think you got low. Yeah.
He already had a deal we didn't know. It was off a big string.
It came off the same deal as the hard breather.
Oh, okay.
Then Ricardo went and got it after.
Grooms and Dameron.
Okay.
She crippled. 210, 20, and 210, 20, 20, 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 50, and hand 60, 250, 60, and 50, 60 there, going to be 60, 50, 60 here, 50, and 60 here, Terry, 250, 9.
Carry 9.
Market $4, 380, Varner 90.
How you doing?
Yep.
How many you got?
This one has Varner 56. Okay. That came off that same deal as the triple.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
No, it was just the stuff that you guys just started out.
I have a triple for Varner 56X. Small for Varner 1.
Was she the smallest? Was she the smallest on?
Those are at 609. Or ticket 609.
Go back to 609.
It was the deal where, like, you guys didn't know. They were pretty good GTO, but you didn't know who the seller was.
Was it unknown?
So that was an unknown.
Which one?
Oh, the small pour off of Varner. So that very first crib off of Varner 56X was, oh, that was off of Tracy.
The one that just came out of the ring was the most recent yard out that we did.
Okay, that's the unknown. That must be Tracy.
Yeah, I'm gonna change that. So that's oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. $2. 205 and 205 and 5 and 10 good 10 and 20 220 30 220 30 and 10 20 30 30 30 40 2 40 2 50 250 250 250 60 and 250 60 70 2 70 2 70 2 70 Ricardo 260.
Triple up Oklahoma and the junior Livingston.
Okay. Of Livingston 220 220 30 and 220 30 30 40 40 50 60 70 270 270 and 270 80 280 now 90 3 and 90 3 Jacob yeah 3 5 and 310 and hand 10 310 Terry yeah 310 and hand 10 310 310 here 5 10 here Jacob 305 Norris.
This is off Beatrice Bar. Rough back.
Rough back. Huh. Are you sure they got the right one? You think she's rough back? I don't think she's rough back.
McLemore and Beatrix Bar.
Huh? You think she's okay? Is he still here? I'll put her back on. Put her back on, Macklemore.
Hey, they're gonna just put this back on. Hey, is McLemore still here? Check that. There's your update of the living room. Okay, right, thanks.
Put her back on. Maybe something to talk about? Good.
Okay, he said you can put this one back on as well. Yep, it sprays every so often.
I'm going to have to go get one for my front porch. I get mosquitoes at my house in the nighttime. Not the best flies. Mosquitoes. Do mosquitoes too?
Yep, gnats, flies,
Anything that flies.
anything that flies.
Why didn't you get that years ago?
I know.
Goodness.
Off that Herman McKay.
Of Herman McKay. She got a hit down. $2, 210 and 200 and 10 10 10 210 and 210 video get 210 video get 210 video get 210 go to 210 and 10 to buy 10 10 10 10 10 here go to 210 Terry 9 $2 Terry 11
Area 11.
Hey, hey, walk out.
how come they're not wanting to walk out that gate?
Hard breather off of Kyle 11. Off that green zero.
Well, she's still $2 210 20 and 210 20 we're gonna get 210 20 there we're gonna be 220 30 little hard breather 220 230 and 220 30 30 40 we're gonna get 240 we're gonna get 250 we're gonna get 250 and 240 50 and now 40 we're gonna get 50 40 we're gonna get 50 now 40 we're gonna get 50 we're gonna get 50 we're gonna get 50 we're gonna get 50 Ricardo 240
Ricardo. We're gonna get off of Kyle 2X and Tracy Whitley.
of a Tracy Whitley. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We take a pound of 5 here, 5 here, now 5 here, 5 here, 5 and $3.05 here, 5 here, 5 here, Jacob. $3. Antonio Zero. Thank you. That last one was a steer, by the way. You can finish what you're doing. No. The last. Antonio Zero. Yeah. Okay, we've got a short ear, a red baldy, a little rough back off this off Sherrick. 250. 255, 55, 55, 60, 5, now 65, 70, we get 270, and 270, 570, we get 270, 570, we get 270, and 270, Terry, 265, 9. Of a John Ross, they are 4 and 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 22, 21, 2, 22, 22, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 600, and 25, going to be 2600, 25, going to be 26, 7, and 27, going to be 27, we get 27, and 27, 27, 27, we get 27, we get 27, poke, 2600, 120. Nub horn, yep. Two numbers here, 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, go to 250, now 5, and 50, now 5 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 5 here, 5 here, go to 230, 235, 230, 235, 40. 240 and 45 here, 45, 50 and 250, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50 here, poke, 245, 86. You want to preg those? X and preg. Here, get over here. Lady, you want to go for a little bit?
Yeah, that's it.
You need to take a break?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Get John over there.
Thing moving.
That's kind of like Gary Reeves saying. You want to
Going
get
out of there? Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, let's sell steer, guys.
all the heifer buyers?
Thank the heifer buyers. You want to start on the Griffin cattle?
Griffin Ranch from Ulrika.
Or Eufaula. Different Griffin. Eufaula. Nice blacks. Pretty nice blacks and good weights on them.
3,800 steers.
3,800 steers. 3,800 steers right here at 375 at 375 at 5 at 5 at 5 at 375 at 7.5 75 7.5 at 7.5 at 375 at $6 at 75 at $6 at 75 76 at 375 at $6. What's wrong here, guys? 75 at 75 at 65 and 5 at 5 at 5 at 5 at $6 and 5 6 66 7 and 7 at 7 at 7 and 7 at 7 at 7 at 7. So 366 cow 80. I mean how 80? 70. Good. Grip of the cattle here now. 335 at 335 at 35 at 35 35 35 35 at 335 at 35 10 at 11 at 310 11 at 310 11 at 310 11 at 310 11 at 11 at 11 12 at 12 at 13 at 13 at 13 at 14 at 14 at 15 16 at 16 17 18 19 20 at 20 at 21 at 21 at 2 at 22 at 23 at 23 4 at 24 at 23 24 23 and 4 at 24 at T 223 or 323 T 80 78 78. There you go. Alan Mead right there, Calumet, Oklahoma. Good gank steers here. I had to get 350 and 350. Now 2.5 and 350. To get 2.5. To get 7.5. To get 60 and 2.5. To get 5. To get 7.5. 70 and 370. 2.5. 5. To get 75. 72.5 and 72.5. 372.5. You get 5 and 5. To get 5. To get that deal 372.5. 75. Mako, the Butte cattle down there. Miko. I had to get 330 at 330 to get out 30. I to get 30 at 30 to get out 30 to get 30 to get 30 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 at 335 to get 5 to get 7.5 to get 7 to 40 and 40 to get 2.5 5 to get 45 7.5 52.5 and 5 to get 55 to get 5 7.5 and 60 to get 362.5 and 2.5 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 and 360 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 2.5. How 367.0. Tell the big horn went off for him. Backheim's cattle, Kingfisher. He's got some good old usable old big steers. 310 to get out 10 bomb, to get 10 and 10 to get out 10 bomb, to get 310 and to get that 10 to get 10 to get 10 and 310 to get 10. What'd you say? I know 310 to get that 10 to get 10 to get 10 to get that 285 at 285 95 95 3 at 305 to get 205 to get 5 to get 5 305 at 305 7.5 to get 7.5 at 307.5 305 7.5 at 7.5 to get 305 to get 7.5 at 7.5 to get 10 and 310 to get 7.5 8 9 10 T 78. Should be the Huffnagel steers. Cattle have done well, hadn't they? Cattle have done well. 265 at 265 to get out 5 there to get 5 7.5 and 70 to get 2.5 to get 75 and 77.5 to get 80 to get 82.5 82.5 5 to get 5 87.5 and 90 to get 290 to get 290 to get 290 and 287.5 to get 90 but 90 to get 90 and 90 to get 290 to get 90 to get 90 to get out of our 287.5 11. Take it over. One's a little stag. He'll be on there, guys. You get them all. Lee Earls. Where's he from? Sure enough. Good old Biggins. Good old Biggins right here now. They're going to get 285. At 285. They're going to get 285. 7.5. 90. At 292 and a half. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 95. 97 and a half. 3. At $3 here. 2 and a half. They're going to get 5. At 7 and a half. They're going to get 7 and a half. 10. And 3. 10. They're going to get 7 and a half. And 10. And 3. 7 and a half. You'll get 10. And 10. They're going to get 10. They're going to get 10. They're going to get 10. Barn. 307 and a half. 10. I like this man's heifers this morning. Paul Works cattle out here. That'll be nice. I really like the heifers. Here's some good crossbred steers. Good weights, good green cattle. Nice deal is correct. Nice deals, right here. 335, 40. At 335, Very get 5, Very get 7.5, Very get 7.5, Very get 7.5, 35, 7.5. At 335, 7.5, Very get 7.5, 7.5, 35, 6, 7. At 37, 8, Very get 38, 9, 39, 9, 9. Very get 9. At 38, should get 9, Very get 38, 9, Very get 38, 9. At 38, should get 9. But you boys right up here. 39, you got down here. 39, Very get 38. What do you get 9? Tell me deal. 238 or 338. Number 9. I do, don't I? Zimmers. Zinzers. Zinzer. So some earlier guys, 350 at 350 at 350. They're going to have 50. They're going to have 50. They're going to have 50. They're going to get 52 and a half at 352 and a 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. 7 and a half at 7 and a half. 60. They're going to have 61 at a $1 2. They're going to get 2. They're going to get 3. They're going to get 3. They're going to get 4 and 4 or 5. They're going to get 65, 66 and 65, 6, 7. They're going to get 7. They're going to get 8 at 68. They're going to get 8. 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 $8. They're going to get 8. They're going to get top deal 367, number 75. Same deal. 20 more of the Zenzers. Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of flags. They're nice.
Well, they're good big black steers. One of the steer hiding back, not too bad out here. They're all going to go, guys. Get them right there now. And they're to get 320 and 320. They're to get now 20. They're to get now 20. They're to get now 20 and 22 and a half. 322 and a half. 322 and a half. Now 5 and 325. 7 and a half. Now 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 31 and 31. 32. 32. 33. They're to get 4 and 34. They're to get 5. They're to get 3600 and 3600. 35. 600. 35. 3600. 7 and 37. They're to get 37. They're to get 337 and 6, 7, they're to get 7, they're to get 7, they're to get 7, and 7, they're to get 7, they're to get 7, 7, at 336, 9.
Okay, you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Sure had this brat a lot today. Nice to the steers, folks. Got their working clothes on.
Chris Johnson, Bonham, Texas.
Bonham, Texas, Chris Johnson's good steers, folks. Got your working clothes on, not much flesh here now. To get 340 and 340 to get 2.5, to get 340 to get 2.5, to get 2.5 and 340 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 540 2.5 and 5 and 45 7.5, to get 50 and 350 to get 2, to get 2, to get 24 and 54 to get 5, to get 55, to get 55 $6 and 57 to get 57 8 and 58 to get 8 to get 800 to get 8 to get 7 8 to get 8 to get 8 to get 8 and 7 8 57 58 57 58 800 to give 800 to give 800. Drew Hayes 2 3 57 8. Johnson, Bonham, Texas. They're big, but they got a lot to go, I think. Big, but lots of gold left in them. Wonder how big they are. There they are, right there now. To get 320 and 320 and 20 to get out 20 pound, but to get out 20 to get out 20 to get out 20 to get out 20 to get 20 and 320 to get out 20 pound, but to get 20 inches her and 320 to get out 20 to get out 20 to get out 20 to get 1 and 321 and 21 to get 21. Yes, sir. Now 2 and 22 to get 22 to get 3 and 23 half 3 and a half 4 and 24 and 4 and a half to get 45 and 25 to get 5 and a half to get 600 and 600 to get out 600 half to get half to get 7 and to get 327 and a half to get half to get half 800 to get 328 and a half 8 and a half to get 8 and a half to get 9 to get 29 and a half and 9 and a half to get 329 and a half to get 9 and a half to get 9 and a half and 329 and a half to get 9 and a half to get 9 and a half up 329 9.
Mr. Lee's cattle here now.
Mr. Lee's cattle, okay. Mr. Lee, be a split draft, is that right? 59. Be 59 of them. Well, cattle got a world away up, guys. Weighing condition and black in color. Blue eyes going. Pretty nice little old cattle. I got some weighing. Pretty nice load of cattle, guys, right there. 340, now 2.5, and 340, to get 2.5, to get 340, to get 2.5, 5, and 47.5, to get 50, to get 2.5, to get 5, and 7.5, to get 60, to get 2.5, to get 5, and 7.5, to get 360, 7.5, and 67.5, to get 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, and now 70, and now 2.5, to get 370, 2.5, and 370, 2.5 here, 2.5, and 2.5. David Dodd, 370, put him on number 7. Same battle. Same deal. Same deal, guys. Look like the heifers ate all the feed. 310 and 310 to get out 10 to bomb, to get 10 to get out 10 to get 12 and a half, to get 310, 12 and a half, at 310 now 12 and a half, 15 to get out 15 to get 15 and 12 and a half, to get 15 to get 16 to get 17 to get 18, 18, 19, 20 to get 320 to get out 1, 2 and 22 to get 2, 3 to get 4 and 24 to get 5, 6 and 26, 7 all together. 27 and 27, 8 and 28, to give 8, to give 8, 9, to get 29, but you got 30 and 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 31 and 31, to get 331. Yeah, you're at 31 and 31, to get 331, to get that one top deal 330. 9. Lee. Mr. Lee. Okay, there's crossbreeds off of them now. 310 and 310. They're getting at 12 and a half. At 310, 12 and a half. They're getting at 12 and a half. They're getting 310, 12 and a half. They get 15, 17 and a half, 20 and 22 and a half. They get 22 and a half. They get 322 and a half, 5 and 25. They get 27 and a half. They get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 325. They get 600 and 25, 26, 25, 2600 and 325. They get 6, 7 and 27. They get 27. They get 27 and 326, 7, 8 and 28. They get 9. They get 9. They get down, they get 30 and 31, they get 31, they get 2, they get 32 and 33, they get 33, 4 and 35 and 336, they get out 37, they get 37, 8 and 38, they get 8, they get out 7, 8, they get 8, they get 8 and 337, number 8. Yard them out. Hump now. Cresty. Cresty what? Rimer. Let's go down here at the Boswell, guys. Here's Jones. Jacobs. Here's Jacobs. Got the goods now. Every week. They just keeping them around, getting them a little bit bigger. $3. They get 3 and $3. They get at 3. They get at 3 and $3. They get 3. 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 They get 3 and $3 here, 3 there. They get 3. They get 3. They get 250 and 255. They get 60. They get 260 and 265 and 5. They get 5. They get 5. They get 70. They get 275 and 80. They get 285 and 90. They get 290. They get 95 and 92 and a half. 292 and a half. 292 and a half and 290. They get 2 and a half. 292 and a half and 5 and 295, and 92 and a 5, 5, 6 here, 5, 6, 7, and 97, and 98, and 99, and 99, 3, and 301, and 301, 2, and 2, and 302, and 301, 2, and 301, 302, and $2, and 2 var, 301, 11X. That looks like the Hewitt cattle Goatee Bow.
Yeah, I bet it is. Male.
Hewlett's Goatee Bow. Raised them all, I believe he said. He raised them all. Raised every one of them down there in Kiowa County.
Like the heifers look.
Yep, thin and flesh right here now. They're to get a 365 and 365. They're to get a 5. They're to get 5 here, 5 there. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5 and 365. They're to get 7 and a half and 7 and a half and 70. They're to get 370 and 367 and a half, 70. They're to get 70. They're to get 70 and 70. They're to get 360, 71 and 71. Yeah, down here 71, 71, 2 and 72, 3 and 73. They're to get 3, Hal 3 and 72, 73, 73, 72, 73 and 4 and 74. They're to get 74. 5 and 75, they get 75, they get 600 and 7600, they get 5, 6, 75, 7600 and 75, they get 600, they get 600, they get 6. So 375. Put them on number 10. Number 10. LaFleur 10. Here's some more of his. Hewlett's. They go home. Long ways to go to go. Get those steers off of them, folks, right here. 3 1/4 at 325. Very good at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Very good at 25, 25 at 325. Very good at 25, 25, 25. Very good at 325 at 25. Very good at 25, 7.5, 8 at 28, 9. Very good at 30. Very good 31. Very good 32 at 32, 3, 33, 4, 34, 33, 4, 5 at 36. Very good 7. Very good 7. Very good 37 at 336, 7 and 7. Very good 336 now 7 and 7. Very good 7. Varner 336. Number 85. Thank the Hewletts. Let's go to Warwick. Is that right? Wakita. You're kidding me. You'd never thunk it, would you? Good job sorting there, young man. Good job sorting there, young man. You see that, Drew? I can't believe it either. Right here now, 335, 40, at 335, to get 40, to get 35, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 1, and 41, to get 41, to get 3, 40, to get 1. Anybody else here? 2, and 2, to get 3, to get 44, to get 5, and 46, to get 7, to get 7, 8, to get 8, 9, to get 50, and 51, to get 51, 2, 52, 3, and 3, 4, to get 5, to get 6, to get 7, to get 7, and 56, 7, to get 3, 56, 7, and 7, to get 7. To get 7. Drew Hayes 356. Put on 7. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Big stairs off of them, guys. Big stairs off of them. They're good boogers. I don't know. Terry must have bought these for you. They're pretty good though, guys. Right here, $3, 2.5, a $3 bill, 2.5, but again, 2.5, but again, $3 now, 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 305, 7.5, 10, but again, 10, 12.5, 15, and 15, 17.5, 20, and 22.5, but again, 322.5, and 325, and 22.5, but again, 22.3, and 323, but again, 322, 3, and 2.5, 3, but again, 3, but again, 3 T, and 322.5, number 78. Now we got some of us in that heifer pen. Good big steers right there, people. They're to get 275, 80, 275, to give 80, to get 275, to give 80, but 80, to give 80 here, 80 there, to give 80, 275 now, 80, and 77.5, to get 77 of 80, and 282.5, 282.5, 282.5, 85, to get 7.5, to give 90, and 290, to get 92.5, to get 295, and 95, 7.5, to get 3, and $3, to get 3, to get 297.5, 3, and $3, to get 3, to get 297.5, 3, and 3. To get a 3. How? 297.5, 91. 2. Thank you, young man. Heifers, I'll be darned. Acres cattle, guys. Acres cattle, 275, 80, and 275, 85, 85, 85, 85, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, and 275, 80, 280, anybody else here, 80 there, 85, 85, 90, and 295, 7.5, 7.5, 97.5, and 295, 7.5, and 295, 97.5, 3, and $3 here, 3, you're $3, you'll get 3, and 97.5, 3, and $3, you'll get 3, you're 3, you're 297.5. 11, Pragum, X Prag. Look at racers right here. Minko, saw the heifers earlier. Guys. $4, here to get 2.5, and $4 bill, 2.5, and $4 here to get 2.5, to get $4, to get 4, to get 4, to get 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 405, 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 407.5, 10, and 10, to get 12.5, to get 12, and 15, and 17.5, to get 17.5, 17.5, and 417.5, and 415, 17.5, to get 17.5, and 17.5, to get 415, Varner 6. 61. Just one. Just one. Or the Davis cattle. Mako, Oklahoma. Who is this Davis? Who is this Davis? Mako. By golly, he's got some good stock, don't he? Mr. Davis, you here? Mako, Oklahoma. Can't place him. Good cattle low, boys, right here now. 335, 40. At 335, to get 7.5, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 2.5, 40, 2.5, and 45, 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 47 to 50. At 350, to get 52, to get 2, 4, at 54, to get 52, 54, 52, 54, and 4, to get 52, 54, to get 4, to get 4, 5, and 55, 6, and 57, to get 57, to get 7, and 7, to get 70, at 356, number 78. 78. Verdon, Oklahoma, the Berkeleys. Down there, Verdon, Oklahoma. 350, 350 to get 2.5, and 350 to get 2.5, to get 350 to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, and 352.5 to get 5, 2.5, 2.5. 350, now 2.5, 5, at 55, at 7.5, at 60, at 360, at 2.5, at 2.5, and 7.5, 70, at 2.5, at 72.5, and 372.5, at 2.5, and 2.5, at 2.5, at 2.5, 370, put on number 70. Same cattle. 16 more of them, guys. Good Angus steers. Pretty nice stock, Oakley. 340, to get 35, and 335, to get 35, 35, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, and 40, and 40, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 45, to get 43, 4, and 45, to get 600, to get 45, 6, 7, and 8, to get 48, 9, 49, 50, and 351, to get 52, to get 3, and 4, to get 45, to get 600, and 56, 55, 56, to get 55, 6, and 355 now, 600, to get 600, to get 6 year T. At 355 T78. Thank you, guys. Henrietta, Texas. That's a good place to be from. Red and black Angus. Yep. Josenbach. If I'd have said that when you were sitting up there, you'd have stopped the whole sale. I wonder who I was talking about. Woo! Right here now, to get out here to get 335, 40, and 335, to get 40, and 335, 40, to get 2.5, to get 42.5, and 7.5, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50, and 350, to get 347.5, to get 50, and 47.5, to get 50, and 50, to get 50, to get 50 T, at 347.5, 78. 21 more. Good steers, folks. Nice steers right there at 3 1/4, at 325, and 25, and again at 25, 25, 25, 25, and again at 325, 10, and 12, and 310, 12, and again 12, and again 12, and again 12, and again 13, and again 13, 14, 15, and 15, and again 15, 16, and again 17, and 17, and again 18, 19, and again 19, 20, and 21, and again 21, and again 2, and again 23, and 23, 4, and again 24, and again 23, 4, and 23, 24, 23, 24, and 323, 24, 5, and 25, and to get $6, and $6 here, now 7, and 27, 8, to get 28, Tommy, to get 8, and 28, 9, and 29, 30, to get 31, to get 31, to get a 1, and 331, 31, 31, 31, 31, T, and 330, to get put on number 78. Red Ballies, come on down. Red ball is come on in here. They're to get 310, 12 and a half, and 15. They're to get a 17 and a half. They're to get 20 and 320. They're to get 20. They're to get 20. They're to get 20. They're to get 20 and 320. They're to get 2 and a 5. They're to get 5, 7 and a half, 30 and 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 332 and a half and 5 and 35. They're to get 332 and a 5. They're to get 32 and a 5 and 332 and a half. They're to get 5 and a 5. They're to get 5 7 and 332 and a half. 8. Thank you to the Yazenbach Ranch. What do you got here, Dennis? Long wean, guys. Long wean here now. They're going to 365 and 65 and 365. They're going to 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 and 365. They're going to 5, 35, they're going to 5, 35, 35 and 365. Long wean bowl 65 and 365. $6 and 5, $6. They're going to get 5, $6 and 365. They're going to get $6 and 66 here. They're going to 65, $66 and 5. They're going to get $6. They're going to 6 here. So 365. Put them on number 7. Curtis, isn't it? Curtis 7. Oakley, you ready? You're not? You are? That's not Oakley. That's a Bryan cattle. Dover. Dover. Yep, light in yesterday off of wheat now for Dover, Oklahoma. The Bryan cattle. The Bryan cattle here, 350 and 350. They're to get 2 and a half and 350. They're to get 2 and a 5. They're to get 5, 7 and a half. They're to get 60 and 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 5. They're to get 5, 5, 7 and a half. 70. They're to get 370. They're to get 72 and 72. They're to get 72, 72, 72 and 372. They're to get $72. They're to get that 2 and 72. Yeah, here's 2 and 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. Here 2. There it's up at 370. Number 75. Well, the Bryants. Baker Bryant's black and white. Black and white, 320 and 320. They're to get 20 and 20. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 22 and a half. 322 and a half and 322 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. Down to go half and 2 and a half. They're to get 322 and a half and 22 and a half. They're to get 5 and 25. They're to get 6 here 7. They're to get 7 and 7 and 27. They're to get 27 8 and $28. To give 8. They're to get 27 28 20. Both out here 8 and 27 28. They're to give $8. To give 8 to 327. Put them on 9. Thank you, the Bryants. Let's go to Shamrock. Well, here's the United States cattle, the McDowell cattle from out there at Shamrock, Texas. They are green, 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 green. The weights are great, John. There's a real usable set there, Billy boy. Texas Panhandle. $4, 2.5, and $4 bill, 2.5, and I get 2.5, and I get $4 now, 2.5, and I get 2.5, and 5, and I get 7.5, and I get 7.5, and 10, and I get 10, and I get 10, 4, 10, 12.5, and 12.5, 15, and I get 15, and I get 12.5, and I get 15, and 4, 12.5, and I get 15, and I get 15, and I get 15, and 15, 17.5, and 17.5, 17.5, 15, 17.5, and 4, 15, and I get 17.5, and I get 17.5, and a half, and I get half here, and I get half Curtis, and 4, 15, 7. 28 more of them. Can't believe you didn't get them, David. That's your kind. That's what made you rich and famous. Famous, anyway.
Well, what's that green now?
Well, they do have a lot of go in them, don't they? Shamrock, Texas. 350, and 350, and to get at 2.5, and 350, and to get at 2.5, and to get at 2.5, and to get 350, 2.5, and 350, and to get 2.5, and to get 2.5, and to get 2.5, and 55, 7.5, and to get 60, and 360, and to get 50, and to get 8, 9, and 59, 60, and 161, and to get 1, and to get 1, and to get 361, and 1, 2, and to get 2, 3, and to get 3, and to get 4, and 5, and to get 66, 7, and 7, 8, and to get 8, 9, and to get 9 here, 9 there, but to get 9, and 69, and to get 68, 69, and 68, 69, and 68, 69, and to get 9, 9, 9, to deal, and 368, number 75. Right, 75. Hey, cake and grass cattle guy. I've been waiting forever. I entered to get a 375 and 375 and to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and 375 and to get a 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and 375 and to get a 5 there over to get 5 and to get 5 and to get 5 and 375 and to get behind boys. I get 75 and 375 and to get 350. Now 5, 355, 60, 360, 360, 55 now, 60, and 355 now, 60, and 60, how, at 355, put them on 7-0. Oakley. Here's Oakley steers. Sold to Heifers earlier, guys. Where'd you get them, Oakley? Here? Okay. Oakley bought them here one at a time, man. Did a good job, doesn't he? 350 and 350 and 350. They're going to have 50 and 350. They're going to have 50. They're going to have 50. They're going to have 50. They're going to get 50 and 2.5 and 350, 2.5. They get 2.5. They get 2.5. They get 2.5 and 350, 255 and 55, 7.5, 60 and 2.5. They get 5. 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 They get 5 and 360, 2.5 and 5. They get 2.5. They get 5. 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 How? 360, 2.5. 7-0. Seven more. You didn't have many steers? You got them pretty colorful. Pretty good body, those buggers, though. You got them pretty colorful. Yeah. Yep, they're pretty good. Look at that steer right there. Okay, they're going to have $3, 2.5, a $3 bill, 2.5, they're going to have 2.5, they get $3 here, 2.5, they get 2.5, at $3 here, they get 3, 2.5, 5, they get 7.5, 10, and 3, 10, 12.5, 15, and 15, 17.5, 20, and 3, 22.5, they get 22.5, 3, 22.5, at 320, they get 2.5, they get 22.5, at 320, 250, they get 250, Tubby, at 320, put them in number 8. What do you say, Oakley? There you go. But I'll tip them a little. Pocast, let's go. Shine cattle, guys. Here's Oakley's neighbor. Here's Oakley's neighbor. Pretty good weights in these old steers right there, people. Enter to get at 310, at 310, enter to get at 12 and a half, at 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, enter to get 20, enter to get 20, enter to get 2 and a half, enter to get 22 and a half, at 25, enter to get 7 and a half, enter to get 7 and a half, 30, at 30, enter to get 30, enter to get 30 over here too, at 32, 33, 33, 33, 4, at 34, enter to get 33, 34, 5, at 35, enter to get 35, Tommy, you only get 5, at 35, enter to get 34 now, 5, at 34 now, 5, at 34, over to get 5, get $5 here, 5 tub at 334, number 9. 27 more of the shines. You know the shines, Oakley? Maybe what? There you go. Better hurry. They bigger? Mr. Shine's had some big cattle before. Any of the Shine bunches here? Yeah, sure is. They got large. Oakley. Your neighbor's got pretty good pasture. 275.80, 275, enter to get 80, enter to get at 275.80, at 280, enter to get at 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, at 275, 7.5, at 7.5, enter to get 7.5, 275, 7.5, you'll play at 80, at 282, enter to get 82, 3, enter to get 83, enter to get 283, and 4, at 284, 5, enter to get 5, enter to get 600, enter to get 7, 87, 88, enter to get 88, 88, 88, 88, at 3, enter to get 288, enter to get 288, at 288, enter to get 287, 288, and 8 here, 8 there, bar at 287. Put him a number 8. Kyle 11. No. Varner 11. Varner 11. Thanks, Shines. Herman's. There's Herman's. He makes them pretty big, too. Got big right here now, 230. I enter to get 275, 275, and 275. Enter to get 80, enter to get 275, enter to get 85, enter to get 5, enter to get 90, at 290, enter to get 2, enter to get 92, 4, 94, 6, 98, and 3, enter to get 310, enter to get 205, enter to get 305, 7.5, and 10, and 310, 12 and a half, enter to get 15, enter to get 315, and 12 and a half, enter to get 15, and 312 and a half, enter to get 15, enter to get 15, enter to get 15, and 15, enter to get sold 312 and a half. Put them on a house. 90. 92. Here's 16 of Herman's bigger cattle. Herman been busy doing other things, Hal. 250, at 250, at 50, at 2 and a half, at 250, 2 and a half, at 5, at 5, at 5, 7 and a half, at 7 at 60, at 260, 2 and a half, at 2 and a 5, at 5, at 5, 65, 7 and a half, at 70, at 270, at 270, at 267 and a half, 70 now 2, at 272, 3, at 73, 4, at 4, at 74, 5, at 75, 600, at 77, at 77, at 76, 7, at 76, 7, 8, at 78, 9, at 80, at 281, at 281, at 281, and 280 now 1, at 81, at 81, at 81, Varner 280, 11. Mike Graham. Here's some more Mike's cattle, guys. Mike Graham. Everything got big, didn't it? $3, 2 and a half, at $3 bill, 2 and a half, at 2 and a half, at 5, 7 and a half, 10, at 3, 10, 12 and a half, 15, at 17 and a half, 20, at 20, at 2 and a half, at 2 and a half, 3, 22 and a half, at 3, 22 and a half, at 2 and a half, down 2 and a half, at 3, 22 and a half, at 25, at 22 and a half, at 22 and a half, at 25, at 3, 22 and a half, 5, at 25, Tommy, at 5, at 3, 22 and a half, at 5, here, Bar, 3, 22 and a half, 95. 24 more Mike's cattle. Tonnage. $3, sugar three, at $3, sugar three, at $3, sugar three, you're to get $3 down, 3, you're to get 3, you're to get 3, you're to get 3, you're to get 3, at $3, you're to get 3, 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 yeah, you're to get a 1, at 301, and 301, you're to get a 1, you're to get a 301, you're to get 301, you're to get 301, you're to get a 1, and you're to get 250. 255, 255, 255, 60, 260, 5, to give a 70, to get 275, and 75, 80, to get 285, 90, and 290, to get 90, to get 90, 290, and 285, to get 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, to be 285, put them on numbers 100.
Ain't that the something?
Here's some little gambles. Brad Simpson, early Texas. Mr. Simpson down there in Texas, weights, guys, here, 375, at 375, at 5, at 5, at 5, at 5, 375, at 375, 7 and a half, at 7 and a half, at 7 and a half, at 80, at 82 and a half, at 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, at 7 and a half, at 790, and at 390, at 390, at 90, better than 90, at 90, and 387 and a half, at 90, and better than 90, at 90, at 90, at 90, Curtis, 387 and a half, 7. Thank you, Brad Simpson. Crick cattle from Lipan. Their heifers were nice. Here's thin, fleshed steers off of them. 375, 80, at 375, at 80, at 375, at 5, at 5, at 5, at 375, at 5, at 5, 80, at 380, at 75, 7 and a half, at 80, at 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 5, 85, at 385, at 382 and a half, 7 and a half, at 7 and a half, at 7 and a half now, no, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87, 90, at 390, at 92 and a half, at 392 and a 5, at 95, at 392 and a 5, at 92 and a half, at 5, at 5, at 95, LaFleur, at 392 and a half, put them on 10. Mountain View, Oklahoma. Mountain View, Oklahoma. Stevens cattle. There you go, boys. Right here, rain at Mountain View. Did it rain at Mountain View? Huh? Did it rain at Mountain View? Okay. I didn't figure it did. Nice cattle low. I had to get $4, 2.5, and $4 bill, 2.5, and get 2.5, and get $4 now, 2.5, and 2.5, and get $4 bill, 2.5, and get $4, and $4, and get $4, and get $4 here, 4 there, and get 4, and 4, and get 385.90, and 385.90, 90, and get 90, and get 90, 85 now, 93, 90, but it 90, but it get 90, but it 90, 85, 90, and get 385, 90, and 90, and get 90 there, but it get 90 bar, 385 bar, 89. 69, 69. Here's 20 more of them. Probably did at Roosevelt, though. He brought you a nice set of steers, guys. Good green steers. Quality, guys. Look at my quality. 340 and 340 to get at 2.5 and get at 40 to get 2.5 and get 2.5 340 2.5 42 2.5 and 340 2.5. Where's your man? And 2.5 and get 340 2.5 and 45 7.5 and get 47.5 and 45 46 345 6 and 45 46 345 6 and 6 to get out 6 to get 345 46 and 6 here to get Varner 345 Varner put on number 75 85 85. Thanks, guys. Thank y'all. Mr. David. I thought he was here earlier, wasn't he? David Hoffman. David Hoffman. Yeah, he pulled them real green. Real green, $4, 2.5, $4 bill, 2.5, and get that 2.5, and get 4, 2.5, and 2.5, and get 5, and get 7.5, 10, and 12.5, and get 12.5, 15, 17.5, and 20, and get 422 and a half, and get 5, and 5, 7.5, and get 427.5, and 425, 427.5, and 25, and get 7.5, or 425, 5, 7. $39 more Davids. The Hoffmans. These will be pretty cool now. David Hoffman, this will be his raised cattle, won't it, Billy?
Yep, sure is.
There's David's raised cattle. Weights are good. The quality is excellent. The weights are good. The quality is excellent. They're green. Well, the top sets of steers you'll get about by that. Weights. All right, to get 350, and 5, to get 350, to get 2.5, to get 5, 7.5, and 60, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 360, 2.5, and 5, and 5, 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, and 70, and 370, to get 70, to get 70, to get 8 out of 9, and 9, to get 70, to get 71, and 71, 2, 72, 3, 73, 3, 3, and 72, 73, 4, and 74, 5, to get 75, to get 600, and 76, 7, to get 77, 8, and 78, 9, to get down there, 80, and 80, to get 80, to get 80, half 80, 80, to get 50, to get 50, to get 80, 50, sir, and to get 380, 50, to get 380, 50, to get 380, 50, and 50, to get 50 more, 380, 75. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. That's a manly cattle, guys, up at OKC. Sir. There he is, over there. Good to have you, buddy. Good to have you. You brought you a nice set of steers there. Several of them, guys. Several of them. Next 2 or 3 drafts. There's a manly steers. OKC. They're green, boys. What do you say, Gary? The wheat stock. Okay. They're good ones. They're good ones right here. I had 375 at 375, 35, 35, 35, 35, 375 at 375, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, at 375, 35, 75, 60. Now 2.5, 5 at 67 and a half, 70 at 370 at 367 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 71 at 71. That help any 371 at 371, under to 1, under to get 1, under to 1, under to get 1 at 371, under 1, under to get 1, 2 at 372, under to get 71, 2 at 371, 2 under to get 2, under to get 2 and 2 under to get David Dodd 371, number 7. Cripple. Got a big gash. Look for one got a big gash on his back leg, front leg, or where was it? Behind his back. Behind the right shoulder. Be 153 more of them, guys. 153 more of them. You guys do good work. Super duper. Mr. Vogt must have been helping you a little. Probably up there, probably Bob Jessup's neighbor. Be 150 of them, guys. Really a smooth set of 9-weight steers, folks. How many? How many? How many, Ricardo? Antonio? How many? Thank you. You're not talking to me? You don't know how many, so you just avoided me. Nice set of 9-weight steers, folks. OKC, Oklahoma. Set a good week, cattle guys. I'll do something for you. Thank you. Money. There's the money pot right there. I entered to get 3 1/4 at 325 at 25 and again at 25, 25, 25, 25 and again at 325 at 25 and again at 25, 25, 25 and again 7.5 at 325, 7.5 at 325 and again 7.5 and again 7.5. Who said yeah? At 7.5, 325, 6, 7 and 27, 8 and 29. There to get 29, 30. There to get 331 at 31, 32. There to get 32, 31, 2 at 331 and a half. Now 2 at 32 half at 32 and a half. To get 332 and a half, 5 at 332 and a half, and to get 3 now half at 33 and a half, at 33 and a half. I entered to get a half 4 at 34, entered to get 33 and a half, 4 and a half at 34 and a half, 34 and a half, 334 and a half at 334 and a half, and to get half a dollar, half a dollar, half a dollar. So 334, put them on 91, 91 on Tubby. 33 more. Little exotics off of them, folks. Little exotic bred cattle off of them. Thank you. How many you got in here? About 2/3 of them. Could be. Leave you right on. Summertime feeding cattle, gentlemen. Summertime feeding cattle, gentlemen. 310. At 310, they're taking that 10, they're taking that 10. At 310, they're taking that 10, 12 and a half, they're taking 12 and a half, 15, they're taking 7 and a half, they're taking 20. At 322 and a half, they're taking 25, they're taking 327 and a half. At 30, at 32 and a half, they're taking 332 and a 5, 35, 35, 32 and a 5. At 332 and a 5, at 32 and a half, they're taking 5, they're taking 332 and a half, 5. At 332 and a half, they're taking 5 there, they're taking 5 here, it's heavy. At 332 and a half, number 8. Number 8. Mr. Manley, thank you very much, sir. Do you know him, Ed? Barely. Cache, Oklahoma. Did you get that? She got you. Here, David, one of your old neighbors. What's his name? Pool. Pool. P-O-O-L. Wasn't it Pool?
Yeah, you know. Dodge Pool. Dodge Pool. Dodge Pool.
Okay. Give us a little while. Give us a little while. Cache, Oklahoma. Smooth set of yearlings. Buddy. Smooth set of southwestern Oklahoma cattle, guys. 310, 310, and 310. They're to get out 10 they're to get 10, and 10. They're to get 12 and a half. They're to get 15. They're to get out 17 and a half. They're to get 20, and 322 and a half. They're to get 22 and a half. 325, and 27 and a half. They're to get 7 and a half. 600, and 25. They're to get 26, 325, 26, and 325, 607, and 27. They're to get 26, 27, and 326. Now 7, and 7. They're to get 326, 7, and 7. They're to get 327, and 7. They're to get a 7 sub deal. 326, 9. $91. Thank you, Leonard.
Tell Mr. Nelson
John?
That's his wife sitting up there on television.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, Ms. Nelson, you ready? Did you run him off where you wouldn't have to watch it? He said, you leave where you don't have to watch this. Corsicana. Boy, they are nice, aren't they? Good black steers. Whoop, he slipped in there and found you again there, young lady.
Okay, this is going to be a split draft of 60. I have 30.
He felt it in his bones. Along with this couple right up here, folks. Corsicana, Texas. Black cattle, good weights, good condition going on them. Cattle ought to really feed for you. Pretty black. Yep, pretty black.
A whole load of them now.
It's a whole load of them right there. One good big load of black steers. I entered to get 3 at 25, 30, at 325, to get 30, at 25, to get 30, to get 25, 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, at 25, 7.5, now 30, at 2.5, 32 and a 5, to get 37.5, at 7.5, to get 35, 37.5, 40, and 41, and 41, to get 40, now 1, to get 340, now 1, and $41, to get 341, and 40, to get $1, to get a 2, and 42, to get 41, 2, 3, and 43, to get 4, and 44, 5, and 45, to get 44, 45, to get 44, 5, and 44, 45, $6, and 47, to get 47, and 7, to get 7, to get 7, David Dodd, and put him on number 8. 346, David Dodd, 8. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate y'all very much. Marty Akins, John. Marty Akins. Buyers. That are buyer. We had the Heifers earlier, I think, didn't you, John? Had the Heifers earlier. There's some good little lightweight cattle here at 375. At 375. At 375. At 5. At 5. At 5. At 375. At 5. At 5. At 375. At 5. At 5. At 5. Old cattle do something now. At 350 and 5. At 355. At 5. At 5. At 5. 60. At 365. At 5. At 5. 7.5. At 7.5. 70. At 370. At 78. 9. At 70. At 371. At 71. At $371 at $71 at 71 2 to get 2 3 to get 74 at 74 to get 5 at $76 to get 75 6 7 at 77 78 to get 800 to get 8 to get 78 9 and 9 80 and 80 to get 381 to get 81 to get 382 81 2 3 83 to get 82 83 82 83 82 3 83 to get 3 so at 382 put them on number 7 is that right? To get put them on Hayes 7. Angus cattle here, Billy.
They were all kind of 5 to 15 cheaper. And now we're getting into the school term and you're coming up
The Weeks cattle down at Indianola.
all kind of,
Weeks cattle at Indianola. There's some Angus, looks to me like, folks. Angus right here now. To get at 350, at 350, to get 2.5, at 350, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 7.5, to get 60, at 360, 2.5, to get 2.5, 5, to get 5, 7.5, at 7.5, and 70, to get 372.5, at 72.5, at 75, to get 72.5, 72.5, 75, 7, at 77, to get 75, 77, 76, now 7, 77, 78, 78, 77, 8, 77, 78, now 800 to give 800 to give 8, 77, 8, 800 here to get sold, 377, number 7, Curtis 7. Ah, dang it. What?
All right, well, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Look for a cripple on the Hayes 7. I bet, I'm sorry.
Good week's cattle now.
Here's some more of the week's cattle, 42 more of them. 42 more of them.
Raise all these are nice.
Everyone are raising, everyone a good Angus steer right there. I had to get 335, 40, at 335, to get 5, 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 at 335, to get 5, to get 5, to get 335, at 335, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, at 335, to get 35, 35, 35, get room, boys. 335, at 335, to get 35, 35, 35, at 335, to get a quarter, 325. 325, 325, 6, 325, 600, 325, to get 600, at 325, to get 600, to get 600, to get 6, at 25, 26, 25, 26, 26 here, so 325, Varner 81, 60, 801, 801. Here's a Hooper cattle down there at Carnegie, Mountain View. Carnegie, Mountain View area, guys. Here's the Hoopers. It's the Cecil. Cecil. Good big boys right here now, 3 1/4, at 325, at 25, and again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and again at 325, at 25, and again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, at 30, to get 25, 7.5, at 325, 600, at 27, to get 28, to get 29, to get 29, 30, at 31, to get 31 under 2, 32, 33, at 34, to get 45, to get 3600, at 37, to get 8, to get 39, to get 9 here, 9 there, but to get at 338, 9, to get 9, 40, and 340 to get 40 over here, 41 and 41 2 and 41 2 to get 42 to get 41 42 and 2 to get 2, so 341 for number 8 11 11 11. So the Hoopers, different member of the family. Here's Mark's, or Larry's. Here's Larry Hooper. Choice, black steers off the wheat field down in Kiowa County. 350 and 350 to get at 2.5, to get 350 to get 2.5, to get 350 now, 50 now, 2.5, at 52.5, to get 2.5, at 55, to get 600, to get 56, 55, 6, 7, at 7, to get 58, to get 809, to get 9 here, 9, at 9, 60, at 361, to 100, to get 1, to get 100, to get 361, sir, at 361, and 61, 100, to get 1, to get 1, to get 1, to get 1, type deal, 360, 75. 62 more Larrys. Ooh.
Okay, split track of 62.
How's Larry kin to Cecil? Dad? They are nice. Southwestern Oklahoma. Boy, here's the Hoopers now, Jason. They're pretty good. Good job. Good job, gentlemen. Good job, guys. Is that the money? Money? One good load of Hoopers right there. One good load of them right there now. They're to get $3. At $3, they're to get $3. At $3 here, 3, 2.5. At 302.5, 5. At 305, 7.5, 10. They're to get 10, 12.5, 15. At 15, 17.5. They're to get 17.5, 15, 16. At 315, 16, 17. They're to get 17, 18, 18. They're to get 19. They're to get 19. They're to get 19, 20. At 321, they're to get 21. They're to get 22. At 22, they're to get 23. They're to get 23. At 22, 23, 22, and 23. At 22, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, at 3, they're to get 3, T, 322, 78. Ruined your day, hadn't it? Here's the victories. Let's go down there to 93 of the victories. We've already 93 of Jimmy victories. Victories down there in Minko, Oklahoma, folks. Nice set of handy weight steers. Here's they are, guys. Here's the first day of them victories. Victory Ranches down there at Minko, Oklahoma. Little heavyweight cattle guys right here now. They're to get 350. At 350, they're to get 2.5. At 350, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 350, 2.5. At 2.5, they're to get 350. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. At 350, they're to get a 1. They're to get $51, 2. At 51, 2. They're to get 51, 52. At 351, 2. They're to get 2, 3. At 53, they're to get 52 and 3. At 52, 53, they're to get 3. They're to get half 3. At 53, they're to get 2 and a 3.5. At 3.5, they're to get 53.5. and a half, 4, $54 and a half, and 4 and a half, and I get 4 and a half, 5, and 55 and a half, and 5 and a half, and I get 55 and a half, and I get 5 and a half, and I get 5 and a half, $6, and $56 and a half, and I get 6 and a half, 7, and 57 and a half, and I get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 8, and 58, and I get 8 and a half, and I get 8 and a half, 9, and 59 and a half, and 9 and a half, and I get 60, and I have, and I have 60 and a half, 1, and I get $1 and a half, and 1 and a half, and I get 1 and a half, 2, and I get 2, and I get 2, and I get 2, and I get 2, and 61 and a half, 2, and 2, 1 and a half, and 2, but I get 2, but I get 2, but I get 2, and $2 here, and I get sold 361 and a half, Hayes 8. Here's 46 more of the bigger brothers. The bigger brother right down there in Miko. Shars on the big end, right. Good 9 ways right here now. To get that $3, 2 and a half, at 302 and a half, at 302 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, and I get 3 little bill, 2 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, and 5, 7 and a half, 10, and 310, 12 and a half, 15, and I get 70 and a half, and I get 20, and 320, and I get 22 and a half, 25, and 25, and I get 327 and a half, 30, and 30, and I get 30, and I get 32 and a half, 332 and a half, and 331, and 331, 331, back to you at 331, 331, 331, and 1 Timmy got him at 330, put him at 9. Here's a little crossbred cattle off the deal, guys, right down there in Miko. Right there to get $3.20 and 320 and 320. There to get 25, there to get 20, there to get 20, there to get 20, there to get 20 and 320. There to get 2 and a half, there to get 5, there to get 5, 7 and a half, there to get 30 and 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 7 and a half, there to get 40, there to get 40, there to get 40 and 337 and a half, 40 and 40, there to get 40, there to get 40, there to get 40, there to get 40. To be 337 and a half, 8. Thank you, Vickeries. Here's a Vilhire, home-raised animals, guys. The home-raised Vilhires. How many? 23 of them, guys. 23 of them, gentlemen, right here now. 350. At 350. Oh my goodness. Did you get you? 352 and a half, at 350, and I get 2 and a half, and I get 350, and I get 2 and a half, at 352 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, 5, and I get 7 and a half, 60, at 60, and I get 62 and a half, and 5, and I get 7 and a half, and I get 70, and I get 2, at 72, and I get 4, at 72, at 71, 72, 72, 73, at 73, and I get 73, 4, at 74, 5, and I get $6, and I get 7, and I get 77, at 78, and I get 800, and I get 9, and I get 79, 80, at 381, and I get 82, to give 83, 84, to give 5, to give 600, 87, to give 88, to give 88, 89, 89, 90, at 391, 92, 92, 93, 94, at 95, to give 600, to give 96, 95, 600, at 395, 96, at 95, to give 600, 95, 96 here, 96. So 395 Varner. 75, 75. Same animals, guys. Villars, home raised animals. Boy, you seen one, you seen them all now. Seen one, you seen them all, guys. Right here, $3, two and a half, a $3 bill, two and a half, a $3 bill, two and a half, I think two and a half, I think $3 now, two and a half, I think five, I five, I think seven and a half, 10, I think 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, I think two and a half, five, I think seven and a half, 30, and 32 and a half, five, I think seven and a half, 40, and two and a half, I think 42 and a half, I think 340, two and a half, and 340, two and a half, five, and 45, 600, I think 45, 4600, and 45, I think 600 here, I think a T at 345, 3 TA 78. You got more of them, Anton? Thank the Vilhires, guys. Yeah, I believe it is different. Mr. Charlie. Gatesville, Texas, a reputation set of steers here, folks. Charlie Graham, there'll be 204 of them. So the steers have got lots to go. They'll do their part, Bill. They'll do what they're supposed to do. Charlie Graham, guys.
Stay outside on the next 51 when you're ready.
Sure do. They look the same every time. Yeah, it's like Dennis just said, guys. They look the same every time, every week. They'll always look the same. I think they will respond.
Stay outside on the next 51 when you're
204 head of them, folks. $204 head of them, guys. Weights are excellent. You know the cattle, they got the reputation behind them. Got the money. There you go, right here now. Yes, they will. 320 and 320 to get that 2.5 and 320 to get that 2.5 and get that 320 2.5 and get 2.5 and get 2.5 and now 5 and get 320 2.5 and get 7.5 and 27.5 and 30 and 30 to get 32.5 and get 5 and get 35 and 337.5 and get 7.5 35 600 and 37 and 37 8 to get 3800 to get 338 to get 800 to get 8 to get 8 and 337 338 now 8 now 9 and 9 to get 339 and 338 and 40 and 40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 41 and 41 to get 341 and 2 and 41 2 to get 41 2 3 and 43 to get 42 43 and 42 43 to get 42 43 and 4 and 44 to get 43 4 and 44 to get 43 44 and 43 44 bar 343 87. The votes seem like I've seen them somewhere. There they are.
There's one good load of these cattle.
One good load of these right here now.
Okay, split draft of 52. I have 30 of 1.
I don't know who you got buying for you, but you ought to give him a raise. You need to give that buyer a raise. He's doing a good job for you. He's not here, is he?
Yeah, apparently.
I hope he's not here. There you are, the vote cattle now. They'll do something. They'll go to work for you. 335 at 335 and get out 35 35 35 35 35 and get 335 7.5 at 7.5 40 to get 42 and a half and get 41 2 at 42 3 to get 43 4 to get 44 5 at 45 600 to get 7 to get 7 to get 8 to get 48 under 8 9 and 9 to get 49 50 to get 51 at 51 to get 52 to get 53 to get 53 and 4 to get 54 5 to get 55 to get 600 at 607 to get 57 to get $7.08 at 58 9 and 9 9 to get 9 to get 9 to get 9 58 now 9 and 358 now 9 and 58 9 and 358 now 9 to get out there to get 9 but 9 to get 9 to get 9 bar 358 81. Guys, thank y'all. Munster, Texas, right here. DJH right there, Johnny. Large animals, again. And the beat goes on. One of these days it won't be very long. These big ones won't be around. Don't think. Money. Good old Bacons right there, guys. Good old Bacons. Good Rascals out of Munster. 310, 310, and 310, to get that 10, to get that 10, and 310, to get that 10, to get that 10, 12 and a half, to get 12 and a half, at 310, 12 and a half, 15, to get that 15, and 15, to get 3, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, 16, to get 17, to get 18, 18, 9, 18, to get 18, to get 17, 18, and 17, 18, 3, 17, 18, to get 18, how we're out, 18, to get 3, 17, 18, 3, 17, to get 18, 18, to get 17, to get 18, to get 18, to get 18, Troy, 317, put him a 9. Hey, look what Kevin brought you. Where is Kevin? I don't know either. The Baumhoffs. Kevin Baumhoff Company. There's a difference in them, boys. There's a difference in them. Nebraska Sandhills. Is that where the fire was? Is that where the fire was? I think it has to. It's already here. No good. Boy, look at that rib in them. I love that rib and flank in them. Loin, everything you like about them, guys. They're loving to hang up. Best carcass ever. 310, 310, to get that 10, to get that 10, and 310, to get that 10 to buy them, to get 10, to get that 10, to get that 10, to get that 10, 11, to get 3, 10, 11, to get 11, 11, 11, 11, and 3, 10, 11, to get 11, and 12, 13, and 14, to get that 14, 15, to get 16, and 17, to get 17, to get 3, 16, 17, and 17, to get 3, 16, 17, and 17, to get 3, 16, 17, and 17, to get 18, to get 18, 19, and 19, how you got 19, 20, and 321, and 22, to get 23, to get 24, and 23, 4, and 23, 24, how we're back to you, 24, and 325, and 324 and a half, now 5, and 324 and a half, 5, and 324 and a half, 5, now half, and 25 and a half, 6, and 325 and a half, 600, and 25 and a half, and to get 600, to get a 600, to get a 6. Top deal, 325 and a half, 9. Thank you, Kevin. They are cutting wheat up there, aren't they? They're cutting wheat up there in your area, Mike? Tom? They're cutting wheat up there in your area? That's what I heard. Yeah. Oak Archie. Here's a Crittenbrinks. Here's Dr. and Mike. Crittenbrinks. I don't see Mike for a long time. Angus Day on the steer turn so far. Well, Mike and Doc's got a good set now, as usual. As usual. As usual. 310 at 310, to get out 10 to get 10, to get out 10, to get out 310 at 10, 12 and a half, to get 3, 10, 12 and a half, to get 12 and a half, 15 at 15, to get 17 and a half, to get 20 at 320, to get 20, 18, 19, 20 and 21, to get 21, 2, to get 2 at 22, to get 2, 3, to get 3, 4 at 24, to get 23 and a half, 4 and 4 and a half, to get 5, to get 25, to get 5 and a half at 600, to get 26 and a half, at a half 7, to get 27 and a half, at a half 8, to get 2800 to give 800 to give 8 to give 800 to give 8 at 27 and a half to give 8 27 and a half would give 8 here 8 there would give 8 anybody else would get 28 327 and a half would get 28 tough deal 327 and a half 9 thank you Doc Mr. Michael Ryan He did send a nice set this week, didn't he? That's what Harvey sent you guys. Mr. Hogan, another reputation set of steers, folks. Please. Got a split draft. I need to put it on the next deal. I don't care if they will. Be 90 ahead of them, folks. 90 ahead of the Hogans. John. Mr. Harvey, week after week after week, does a good job. Look at them come in, folks. There's 90 ahead of them. Blacks, a handful of Shars. Smooth set right there, Harvey. They are outstanding set right there, people. They got a reputation behind them. I entered to get 310 at 310 to get at 10, 12 and a half, to get 310 at 12 and a half, to get 310, 12 and a half at 310 to get 12 and a half, to get 15 at 15 to get 12 and a half, to get 15 to get 12 and a half, 15 and 15 to get 12 and a half, to get 15, 16 and 17 to get 17 to get 17 and 318 to get 18, 19 to get 19 to get 19, 18 and a half, 19 to get 18 and a half, 19, 19, 19 to get 319 and a half, 20 and 320 to get 20, get your man 20 and 3. $3.19 and a half, 20 and a half, and 20 and a half, one, and $21 to get out, $21 to get out, $21, and 21 and a half, and 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, two. You get 1 and a half, now 2, at 22 to get $2 to get out, 21 and a half, 2, now half, 22 and a half, at 22 and a half, 3, at 23 to get 2 and a half, to get 3 to get 3 and a half, at 3 and a half, to get 4, at 24 to get out, 4 to get 23 and a half, 4, at 23, 4 and a half, at 24 and 5, at 25 to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, how about 5 and a half, at 5 and a half, 600, at 326, 326 to get out, 600 to have, and a half, and it gets a half, a half, a half, a half, a half, at 326 and a half, at 326 and a half, and it get half here, half there, half. Hayes 326, 92. Hayes 92. What do you get here, Billy boy? Seymour, the Martin right there, Seymour. Small cattle feed this summer. Those set of big rascals. Seymour, Texas. $29 more. Is that it, girl? That's it, guys, right there. That's to be it, right there. To get 310, at 310, to get out 10, to get out 10, and 310, to get out 10 to buy, to get 310, to get out 10, to get out 10, to get 12, at 314, to get out 15, to get out 15, 16, and 17, to get 17, 18, to get 18, 19, to get 19, 20, and 321, to get 21, 2, to get 3, at 23, to get 24, to get 5, at 25, to get 600, to get out 25, 2600, at 325, 326, at 325, 326. 325, 326 here to get 600. It's up 325 for a 9. Thank you guys. We'll see from down there. Seymour.
Lindsay, Texas.
Let's go to Lindsay, Texas. It's going to be 147. They're pretty good stock right down there in Lindsay, Texas. Down at Gainesville area. What do you say? Eggleston. Pretty good set right there, people. Eggleston. PI negative. They had everything done to them right when their scales tested PI negative. Good weights. Big steers, there's a reason they're big, John. There's a reason they're big. They got good blood running through their vessels. One of them got short ears. Money. Should be the money pot coming in, folks. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Okay, 1,000 pound steers, guys, right there now. They're to get 310. At 310, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, and 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 3, 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, at 310, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, 11, 11, they're to get 3, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, at 12, at 13, they're to get 13, 14, they're to get 14, 15, at 15, they're to get 15, half, 15, they're to get 15, they're to get 14, half, 15, at 15, they're to get 14, half, 15, you get 15 up here, at 14 and a half, 15, at 14 and a half, $15. You boys are all out here, 15, at 14 and a half, you're to get 15, you're to get 15 and a half, you're to get 15 and a half, at 15 and a half, you're to get 16, and 16, you're to get 16, you're to get 16 and a half, you're to get half, 17, and 17 and a half, 18, 18, you're to give 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 18. Tubby, 317 and a half, put them a 9, 95, 95. Thank the Egglestons. Black Bolly with a lump.
Marlin, Texas.
We're going to go to Marlin.
Good Stein cattle. There'll be one load of them.
Be one load of the Steins. One load of the Steins.
Oh, yeah.
Little peewees.
Fellas, steers.
350 and 350, you're to get 50, you're to get 50, you're to get 50, and 60, you're to get 55, you're to get 355, and 55, you're to get 350, you're to get 5, and 55, you're to get 7 and a half, you're to get 60, and 62 and a half, 5, and 5, you're to get 5, 7 and a half, you're to get 70, and 372 and a half, you're to get 5, and 77 and a half, you're to get 75, 80, and 80, you're to give 82 and a half, 85, 85, 7 and a half, 90, and 390, you're to give 90, you're to get 90, but 90, at 390, you're to give 87 and a half, and 90 here, you are 387 and a half, 1. Well, I thought. Here's your old crossbred steers here. 61 head up now. The Stein cattle, folks. Stein cattle. Got lots of go there. Pretty attractive set of old feeders right here, folks. I think they got it all to do in front of them also. Feed good this summer. Give them a chance, guys, right there. They'll do it. 335, 40, and 335. They're going to 7.5. They get 5, 7.5. They get 335, 7.5, and 337.5, 40, and 42. They get 44. They get 46 here, 48, 50, and 52. They get 2. They get 4. They get 46, and 56, 8. They get 58, 60. They get 62, and 2. They get 4. They get 4. They get 4. They get 3, 4, and 4. They get 65, and 5, 6 here, 7. They get 7. They get 7, 8, 800. They get 8. They get 68. They get 800. They get 8. They get 800. They get 8, and 67. 7.5, 8, 67.5, 8, and 8.5, 8.5, they get 68.5, 8.5, they get 8.5, 8.5, 9, and 69.5, and 9.5 over here, 9.5 over here, 9.5, and 369.5, and a half, they get $half, they get 950, tub 369, number 75. What do you got here, folks? Clement cattle, guys. Clement cattle down there at Buster. Look at the weights here, folks. Look at the weights right there now. They're going to get 350 and 350 and 350. They're going to get 50. They're going to get 50. They're going to get 50 and 350. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 2.5 and 350. 2.5. They're going to get 350. They're going to get 2.5 and a half here. 2.5 to 350. Put them on number 75. Be 182 more of them, folks. Black Bolly there. Bad mouth. Bad mouth.
Yeah, I'll get all that for you. Are you ready to bill them out now?
Black Bolly, bad mouth.
I'll get all that for you here real quick. Okay? All right, thank you. That's embarrassing. Why?
67.
6 or 7. So we pinned them too tight.
Okay, this is going to be a split dress of 180.
Alan Ridley, call 369 or whatever the number is. 269. Oh, you already talked to him? You lost 6 or 7 of them. Okay, I didn't know you did. Clement. Looky here at the Clement cattle, folks.
Okay, outside on the next 36 when you're ready.
Okay. So if you looked at them, that's fine. We lost 7 of them on this deal. So he built them all out. Okay. Thank you.
Money. Another set of good big steers out of North Texas.
Okay, outside on the next 36.
Munster, Texas. North Texas again. Pretty smooth. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with the money pot. North Texas. Munster, Texas. $310. At $310, under to get out 10, under to get out 10. At $310, under to get out 10, under to get out 10, under to get out 10, under to get 10. At $310, under to get out 10, under to get out 10, 11, under to get 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 12, about 13, under to get 14, under to get 15, and 15, under to get 16, under to get 16, 17, and 17, under to get 18, under to get 18, 19, under to get 19, under to get 19, 20, and 20, under to get 20, under to get 20, under to get 20, and 1, and 21, under to get 21, 2, under to get 2, 3, and 23, under to get 24, under to get get 24, at 23 and 24, 23 and 24, at 23 and $24 here for, at 23, to get 24, at 23 and 24, tub deal at 323, put them in 9. Yard them out. What? Cripples? Several?
Yard off trip. Any trip.
Let's go to Duval.
Sold these heifers earlier.
Sold the heifers earlier. Limiting from Duval, Oklahoma. Pretty cool little set right there now. They're to get 350. At 350, they're to get 2.5. At 350, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 5. At 55, 7.5. They're to get 60. They're to get 60. They're to get 62. And 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. And 4. They're to get 64. 5. They're to get 5. 6. Here. They're to get 6. 7. And 8. They're to get 68. Under 9. They're to get 9 here. 70. They're to get 371. At 71. They're to get 70. They're to get 1. They're to get 371. And 2. And 372. And 3. They're to get 74, they're to get 74, 5, and 75, 600, they're to get 75, 7600, and 375, 76, 75, 600, and 375, and to get $6, you get 6 here, and 600, so 375, put them on number 3, 13, 13. Yep. 59 more of them, Bill. There's just a big end of them.
Nice cattle.
These come from the state of Oklahoma. Lambert cattle. Good, big, good quality, worlds of quality going right there. Duval, Oklahoma. 310, 310, under to get that 10, under to get that 10, and 10, under to get 10, 11, under to get 11, 11, 11, 12, under 12, 13, under to get 13, 14, and 15, under to get 15, under to get 15, 16, under to get 16, 17, and 17, under to get 17, 18, under to get 18, 19, under to get 19, 20, and 320, under to get 20, under to get 20, under to get 20, under to get 20, and 320, 19 and a half, 20, and 20 and a half, and a half 1, under to get 21, under to get a 1, under to get a 1, under to get 1, under to get 1, under to get 1, and 20 and a half, 1. You both right, both out here, 1, 21, 21, and 2, to get at 321, to get a 1, to get a 1, Tubby at 320 and a half, 90, 91, 91, 320 and a half. Thank the Laminix. The Laminix.
4 loads of Howard.
I said, thank you, the Laminix. Howard Ranches, guys. Here we go, boys. Back here, the Matt had the heifers here this morning. Matt had all them heifers here this morning. Look at these good Howard Ranch cattle. 350 at 350, to get 2.5, to get 350, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 350 at 350, to get 50, to get 50, to get 2.5, to get 2.5. Where are you? At 2.5, to get 2.5 at 55, 7.5, 60, to get 2, to get 2 at 62, to get 362, and 2, 3, and 3, to get 4, to get 4, 5, to get 5, 6, 66 under at 65, 66, 7, and 7, to get 8, to get 68, 9, and 9, 70, to get 371. and 71, to get 370, to get 1, and 71, to get 370, now 1, and 71, to get 1, to get 1, sold 370, put them on 11, 10, for 10, thank you. Here comes 138 more of them, Gar. Gary, I think that's one of your butter cattle he sent us a while right here now, the Howard Ranches. Howard Ranches. Reputation here, Gary Reed. Wheaties, green, green, green. Not carrying a lot of grease. Give them a chance. Here's a money pot, folks. Howard Ranches. Very attractive set. 2 loads on here, folks, I believe. Very attractive set, guys. 792, 2 loads of cattle here. And to get a 340 and 340 and 40 to get 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 2.5 to get 42 and a half at 340 to get 2.5 to get 42 and a half 42 and a 3 and 43 4 5 to get 600 to get 7 and 7 8 to get 48 9 to get 9 here 50 and 51 to get 51 2 to get 2 3 to get 3 to get 3 4 and 5 to get 55 to get 600 to get 7 and 57 8 to get 58 9 to get 9 here now there's 60 and 61 to 100 to get 2 to get 2 3 to get 3 to get 4 and 4 to get 4 to get 3 and 4 to get 3 and 4 at 363 4 363 4 363 4 to get 4 to get 4 to get 4 Varner 363 79 the Herefords and the Brendels. Okay, there'll be 108 more of them, guys. Got a pretty good pasture here, Gary. They got a pretty darn good pasture here. pretty sweet now. Pretty genetically correct too, boys. You like good black cattle.
Squeeze all 400, some of them, and one of them 77 out of 10. They really hold.
Quality to burn, guys. Quality to burn. Here we go. Under to get a 325 and 325. And again, 25, 25, 25, 25. And again, 325 and 25. And again, 7.5. And again, 7.5. Job in and 30 and 32. Under to get 32, 34. Under to get 34. Under to get 32, 3, 4 and 34, 5 and 35, 600. Under to get 7. Under to get 7, 8. Under to get 38, 9 and 9. Under to get 39, 40 and 40. Under to get 41. Under to get 41. Under to get 40, 41 and 2 and 41, 2, 3. Under to get 43. Under to get 44 and 44. Under to get 44. Under to get 44 and 43, 44, 43, 44 and 43, 44 here, 4, 4 for 343, 9, 5. Thank the Howards.
Go Stewart.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Stewart.
Here's the Murdoch.
The Murdaws. Here's Allen's.
These are those cattle they raised down there.
That's some cattle they raised out of them Gilby Cross cattle, guys. Look at the weights here now. Here we go. We're to get 3, to get 60, at 360, to get 2.5, and 360, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, and 5. Now 7.5, 70, and at 2.5, 5, 7.5, to get 370, 7.5, and 375, 7.5, and 75, to get 7.5, to get 75, 7.5, and 7.5 here, var 375, number 75. Here comes some more, 57 more Allens. 57 more. They didn't come this week? Give them some yellow corn, Gary, and see what happens. They'll do it. Think LB News. Well, if y'all are tired of the grease, I ain't gonna have any grease. 325, at 325, at again at 25, 25, 25, 25, at again at 325, 7.5, at again at 7.5, at 325, 7 to 30, at again 30, at again 32 and a half, at again 2.5, at 35, at again 7.5, at again 7 to 40, at 42, at again 42, at again 42, at again 42, and 42, at again 41, 42, and 42, 3, at again 43, at again 43, 4, and 44, at again 43, 44, 43, 4, and 43, 44, at again 43, 4, and forward to get forward to get forward. David Dodd at 343, number 8. Just one load go to Bowie. One load of them. 18 of them right there, folks. 18 good black steers down there at Bowie, Texas. 330 and 330 to get out 30 to get out 30 to get 30 to get 30 and 330 to get out 35 to get 2.5 to get 330 to get 2.5 to get 332 and a half and 331 2 to get 2 to get 3 to get 4 to get 4 5 and 35 607 to get 8 to get 39 40 and 41 to get 41 to get 41 2 and 42 3 to get 43 to get 42 43 and 42 43 to get 42 43 and 3 LaFleur 342. Put them on number 11. LaFleur 11.
Big brothers.
41 more of the brothers. Boy, boy, boy. Black steers is good, guys, just like every week right there. I had to get 310, and 310, to get out 10 to buy, to get 3, to get out 10, and 310, to get out 10 to buy 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, and 310, 11, to get out 12, 12, 13, to get 14, 15, and 16, to get 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, to get 19, to get 18, 19, to get 18, to get 19, 20, and 20, to get 20, to get 21, and 21 under 2, and 22, to get 21, 2, to get 2 there 3 at 23 to get 24 to get 24 5 at 25 to get 25 25 25 25 at 324 and 5 at 5 6 at 325 600 to get at 25 to get 600 half 600 at 2600 half and a half to get 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 a half and a half and a half to get a half and a deal at 326 number 9. Thank you, Larry. Seymour again. The McGuires, yes, sir. 52 of the McGuires. Good load of the McGuires. A good load of the McGuires. Be 52 of them. Yeah, they do. Always have. Okay, is that the deal, Gary? That's the deal, Gary. Right down there, Seymour. I had her to get 360. At 360, to get a 2.5. At 360, to get a 2.5. To get a 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 2.5. At 2.5, 5. To get 7.5. 70. To get 70. To get 70. At 7.5, 70. And 370. To get 1. To get 71. To get $71. At 371. And 371. To get a $1. To get a 371. And 371. To $1. $1. At 370. To get a 1. Anybody else here 1 at 71 to get a $1 to get a 1 type deal 370. Put them on 75. Come a running, boys. Come a running. Holdenville, Oklahoma. There's just one there. Wilson and Wilson, Holdenville, Oklahoma, folks. Be 53 of them in this offering. horse is tired of hollering. Wilson cattle, folks. Holdingville. Get them off. Push on them. Huh? Big boys. Big bone. Go fool around and get a scale full. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. 53 ahead of them. One good old big load of steers right there. And to get 310 and 310. To get that 10. To get that 3. To get 10 and 10. To get that 10. To get that 310. 10 10. To get that 310. To get that 10 and 10. To get 310. To get that 10. To get 10 11. To get 10 11. To get 10 11 and 12 and 12. To get 12. To get 3 11 12 and 3 11 3 12 and 13. To get that 13 14. To get that 14 and 14. To get 14 15 and 15 16. To get 3 16 17 and 17 18. To give 18. To give 18, to give 18, and 17, 18, 3, 17, 18, and 3, 17, 18, a half, 18, 18, 17, and a half, 18, and a half, 18, and a half, to give 3, 18, and a half, 18, and a half, to give 18, and a half, to give 18, and a half, W, 3, 18, 9, 1. Thanks to the Wilson family. Archer City. Hey, they're not very carrying much meat. Archer City. Looks like they might have run out of wheat a day or two ago.
2 loads of these cattle.
There's 2 loads of them all together. This is a lady, and I'm assuming. In front of you right here now. To get 350 at 350. To get 2 and a half. To get 350. To get 2 and a half at 350. To get 2 and a half. To get 2 and a half. To get 2 and a half. To get 2 and a half at 350. 2 and a half. To get 2 and a half. To get 2 and a half. Anybody else 5 at 55. To get 7 and a half. 60 at 60. To get 2. To get 2. To get 2 4. To get 4 at 64. To get 2. To get 4. To get 2. To get 4 at 362. 4 at 362. To get 4. To get 4. To get 4 at 2. To get 4. To get 4. To get 4 top deal 362 70. Here's some more guys. Archer City. Be a split draft, guys. Split the draft. Good weights. Good big frame steers. Big frame steers. Ain't got much on them or in them, either one. Should be 62 of them, I believe, people. Good old stairs. Good old stairs from Archer City. Archer City, enter to get at 330, at 330, enter to get 2.5, at 330, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 32.5, enter to get 2.5, 332.5, at 332.5, 5, at 35, 7.5, 40, at 40, enter to get 42.5, enter to get 42.5, at 340, enter to get 2.5, at 341, and 41, enter to get 340, enter to get 1, enter to get at 341, and 41, enter to get 341, enter to get 1, enter to get 2, and 41, 2, enter to get 43, and 43, enter to get 43, enter to get Jiggy 3, and 42, 43, here, Troy Rap 3, and 42, 43, enter to get 3, enter to get 3, 3, and 3, Tub Deal 342, number 8. Eight more of them, guys. A little bit of Burma crosses right there. They're to get 275, 80, at 275, they're to give 80, they're to get 280, they're to get 275, they're to give 80, and 280, they're to give 80, they're to give 85, they're to give 5, they're to get 90, and 295, they're to get 95, 3, they're to get $3 here, 3, at 295, 3, at 295, you're to get 3, at $3 here, 3, they're to get 295, 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, bar 295, 5.
Strong City.
Strong City, that's in Oklahoma.
Yeah, be 2 loads of these Max.
2 loads of Maddox cattle right here. Madden. 45 in this first offering, guys, out here in western Oklahoma. Western Oklahoma here now. They're to get 350. At 350, they're to get 2.5. At 350, 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 5 there. They're to get 5. At 50, 2.5. They're to get 50, 2.5. They're to get 55. At 55, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 5 here, 7.5. And now 60. At 360, they're to get 62.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. No. At 365. At 5, they're to get $6. They're to get 6. They're to get 5, 6. 65, $6. At 66, 7, 8. At 68, they're to give $8. To give 8. They're to give 8. Curtis Route. 8 at 8 to give 8 to get 7 8 out of pie 6 8 at 7 8 but to give 8 9 to get 9 here 9 70 and to get 370 now 1 and 71 to get 9 to 1 to get a $1 2 at 72 to get 71 and 2 2 2 half 2 at 71 and a half and 2 72 and a half at 2 and a half to get 3 at 73 to get half to get 3 and a half to get 3 and a half at 73 and a half here to get half at a 4 at 74 to get a $4 and a half at 74 and a half to get 4 and a half here 4 and a half here LaFleur at 374. Put him a number. 13. Thank you. How many? This bit? There'll be 63 of these stock, guys. Next in them same stairs, folks, up in northwest Oklahoma. Okay, the 9 weights again, boys. Strong City. Angus and red Angus and black Angus is right there now. They're to get at 320. At 320, they're to get at 2.5. At 320, they're to get 2.5. They get 22.5, 22.5. They get 2.5, 5. At 325, 600. They're to get at 6, 7. At 328, they're to get 809. They're to get at 30. They're to get 31. At 31, 2. They're to get 2, 3. They're to get 3. They're to get 4. They're to get 4. At 5, they're to get 35, 35, 3600. At 7, they're to get 37, 8. They're to get 38, 9. At 9, now 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 340. At 339. 40 and 40 to get 339 you'll get 40 and 40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 41 and 341 and 41 to get 341 to get 41 down 1 at 341 or the $1 to get now 1 to get 1 LaFleur 340 put up a number 10 11 11. Here's a outs on them. Didn't fit. Did not fit. Did not fit right there. Now to get 275, 80. At 275, to give 80. To give 80. To get 280, 280, 280, 280. At 275, to give 80. And 280. To give 80. I'll play 80 here, 80 there. To give 80, 75, 80. And 80 here. To give Arn 275. 85X. Thank you, folks, from Strong City. We appreciate you being with us today. Cisco, back to Texas. You all right, Curtis? Thought maybe just having a little fit. See, do that quite often. Where we going? Let's go to Cisco, Texas. Bring them in, dog. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. There you go. He had a good set of heifers. I don't think this is it. Yeah, this is a different deal. Yeah, it does. Yost, Mason Yost right here. Be 57 of them. You bet you Mason brought you 57 this size. 57 had them a load of them. Pretty neat late weights. John, she ain't very happy yet. I said, how you and John get along? He said, real good since he's not up here.
Nice load of steers.
Boy, this is a nice load of steers. Mason brought you the goods. Our green boys looks to me like. Our green boy looks to me like one of them's a little bit staggy. It'll be on there, guys, right there now. They're getting that good set of steers. One good load of them right there. And they're to get 340 and 340. They're to get that 40. They're to get that 40 and 340. They're to get that 45. They're to get 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 42.5 at 340. 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 42.5 at 41. 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 3 and 43. 4. 5. They're to get $6 at 7. They're to get 47. They're to get 7. They're to get 8 at $48. $48. $48. 9. 49. 49. 50. They're to get 50. They're to have 50, or to get 50, or to get 50 and a half, or to get 50 and a half, 1 at 51, or $1, $1 and a half, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 2 at 52, or 1 and a half and 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, 2, 2, and $2 you get 2 down here, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half. 53 and 253, 53, 353, 352 and a half, 3, 352 and a half, 3 here, to get 2 and a half, 3. Hayes, 352 and a half, 85, 85. What do you got?
I don't know.
Male, Gary. Okay.
He said the last deal might have to check the head count. These are split rocks. Sold to Herbert Learning.
I want to make sure we're right here. You're right. Okay. The Wichita cattle, guys. The Wichita cattle. Come off the ryegrass. Wow, it looks like it wasn't too bad. They do, don't they? Here we go, right? I had to get into that good. I'm just playing with you, Michael, right here now. I get 335 and 335 and 35. I get 7.5. I get 35, 7.5. I get 335, 7.5 and 335. I get 7.5. I get 7.5 and 335, 7.5. Anybody else here? 7 and 40 and 42. I get 42, 3 and 44. I get 45. I get 45 and 45, 600 and 46, 45, 46, 45, 600 and 345. I get 600. I get 45, 6 and 600. To get 6 here, Varner, 345, put him on number 7. 77. No. Oh, short ryegrass. Like to get some of that seed. Wouldn't you, Michael? Good boys. I mean, they're good cattle guys, good quality guys. They're green. They're green. Here we go. We're going to get 3. They're going to 25 at 325 at 325. They're going to get 25, 25, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 at 30 at 30. They're going to get 2. They're going to get 4. They're going to get 4, 6 here. They're going to get 8 and 840. They're going to get 342. They're going to get 4 at 44, 6 here. 848 here. 48 at 348, 50 at 350. They're going to get 50. They're going to get 50. They're going to get 50. They're going to get 50 and 50. They're going to get 50. They're going to get 50 T at 348, 78. Here comes Ted Heupel. Thank you, Michael. Tell him thank you. Mr. Heupel, he got them black. Mr. Heupel's got them black now. Right here west of town. They're to get 335 at 335. They're to get 35, 35, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7 at 40. At 40, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 5. They're to get 7.5, 50. At 50, they're to get 350. They're to get 47, 50 now. 1 at 52. They're to get 2, 3. They're to get 3. They're to get 3, 4. At 55, they're to get a 600. They're to get a 600. 55, 600 at 355, 56, 55 at 600. They're to get a 55 now. 600 here. Hayes, 355 the same way. Hayes, number 85. What, are y'all keeping score? You keeping score?
Hey, look at you.
I bet that's that deal right there. That's that Foster deal right there, John.
They're nice.
Boy, they've been weaned for 4 months. Been weaned 4 months. They're a nice set of boys right there now. $4.10 and $4 now 2.5 and $4 now 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. 402.5 and 2.5 and 405. Better get 7.5 and 10. Better get 12.5, 15 and 17.5. Better get 20. Better get 22.5. Better get 5 and 25. Better get 25, 7.5. Better get 30 and 32.5. Better get 32.5. 432.5 and 430. Better get 2.5. Better get 432.5 and 430. Better get 2.5. Better get 432.5 and a half here. Better get half. So 430. Put them on Varner number 65. Well, the Fosters right here, folks. Not much flesh on them, Billy. 375, 375, Vertigo 5, Vertigo 5, Vertigo 5, Vertigo 80, at 375, Vertigo 80, Vertigo 75, 7.5, 7.5 at 80, at 82.5, 82.5, 85, 87.5, now 7.5, 90, Vertigo 3, 92.5, Vertigo 92.5, 92.5, at 392.5, at 95, Vertigo 97.5, Vertigo 97 at 4, at $4 bill here, 42.5, at 402.5, Vertigo 5, at 405, Vertigo 402.5, back here, 57.5, at 407. But I get 407.5, 10 and 10, to get 10, to get 10, 407.5 and 10, 410, 410, to get 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, LaFleur at 407.5, put him a number 10.
Sold the heifers earlier.
Sold the heifers earlier, the Capel cattle guys, Capel cattle. Sold the heifers earlier this morning. Get a little lightweight steers right there. I get 335, 40 at 335. I get 7.5 at 335. I get 7.5. I get 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 at 335. I get 5. I get 5. I get 5. I get 5. 600 at 335. 36, 35, 3600 at 335. I get 600 at 35. I get 600. I get 600. I get 600 at 335. Put them on number 8. Same cattle coming in, guys. 24 more Chapels. Hello, you good-looking thing, you. Chapel right here, the crossbreds right there. I had her to get $3, 2.5, at $3 bill, 2.5, at $3 here, hurry to get 2.5, 5, to get 7.5, 10, and 12.5, 15, to get 7.5, to get 20, and 22.5, to get 5, to get 25, 7.5, and 27 to 30, at 32.5, to get 32.5, 35, 32.5, at 332.5, 35, at 32.5, 32.5, 32.5, Tubby, at 332.5, 8. Where you at, Jace?
Black Creek.
Black Creek. The Black Creek. 375 at 375, Vertigo 5, Vertigo 580, Vertigo 75, Vertigo 80 at 380, Vertigo 75, 80 here, 80 there, Vertigo 80, Vertigo 80, Vertigo 80, Vertigo 80, Vertigo 80, and 80 here. Curtis 375, number 7. It's a way to come in there. These cattle wean back early in the fall. Early in the fall, they come out of Fort Worth, Texas. The Thompson cattle out of Fort Worth, Texas. Steer got a little bit of high in the back right there. He'll be on them. Right, they're going to get 330, at 330, at 330, they're going to get 2.5, they get 32.5, 32.5, 535, 7.5, 40, at 40, they're going to get 2.5, they get 5, they get 7.5, they get 7.5, 50, at 350, 2.5, they get 2.5, at 7.5, they get 7.5, they get 60, at 2.5, they get 2.5, 5, they get 5, they get 7.5, at 7.5, they get 360, 7.5, at 65, they get 7.5. Here's Tubby at 365. Number 70.
I'm out of mail. Need mail.
Male Dennis. There's some white face cattle, Dennis. They're really nice. Yeah, they're nice right here now. They're getting well taken care of on that short ryegrass. Right there, they're going to get $3, they're going to get $3, at $3, they're going to get $3, they're going to get 2.5, they're going to get 3, 2.5, 305, 10, they're going to get 15, and 20, they're going to get 322.5, they're going to get 22.5, at 322.5, at 320, they're going to get 2.5, they're going to get 2.5, 2.5 here, it's heavy, at 320, put them at 9. These been on some tall ryegrass here. $3 there again, though. $3 here, 3 at 3. You're to get $3 now. 3. You're to get 3. You're to get 3 at $3. You're to get 3. You're to get 3. You're to get 3. You're to get 3. You're to get $3 here, 3 at 3. You're to get $3 here, 3. You're to get 285.90 at 285.90. 285 at 285. Better get 285. Better get 285 at 285. Better deal, boys. 285 at 285. Better Tubby 285. Put on number 9. No, 100. 100. Thank you, young man. Bradley West, we've been selling on them for 2 or 3 days. Little thinly crossbred cows here now, 375.80 at 375.80, 5, 85, 7.5, and 90. Better get 2.5, 5, better get 97.5, 4 at 2.5, better get 402.5, 402.5 at 402.5, better get 2.5 here. So $4 bill, put them a Curtis 7. Dupree cattle Depew. Crossbred cattle guys right here, Depew cattle. I guess it's Depew, so what you say? Dupree. Dupree, you're to get at 360, at 60, you're to get 2.5, at 360, you're to get 2.5, you're to get 2.5, you're to get 2.5, 360, 2.5, at 360, you're to get 2.5, you're to get 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, at 360, you're to get 2.5, you're to get 50, at 350, you're to get 52.5, 5, at 55, 7.5, you're to get 57.5, at 7.5, you're to get 7.5, you're to get 355, 70. Here's Roger Doral. Roger Doral. Our Angus cattle right there, Dennis. They are good, thick-bodied, deep-flanked Angus cattle. What? 375.80 at 375, better get 80, better get 5, better get 90, better get 5, better get 95, 4 at $4, better get 405, better get 405, 10, better get 10, better get 10, 407.5, and now 10 and 12.5 at 15, better get 15, 17.5, better get 17.5 at 17.5, 20 and 420, better get 417.5, 20 and 20, better get 20, better get 20. Drew Hayes 417.5, 7. Male Dennis. Bring a big old thick one. Ooh, look here.
Hey, still got cattle like that?
I guess. First one that I've seen in a long time.
Like January.
Doesn't it? That's the same deal. That's the same cattle, guys.
Who?
Roger Dorrell. Where's he from? Texola, Oklahoma. All right, look at the grade. They're going to hand right here now. They're going to 365. At 365. They're going to 5. They're going to 5. They're going to 5. They're going to 5. 365. 7.5. And 7.5. They're going to 7 to 70. At 370. They're going to 2.5. They're going to 72 and 5. And 75. 7.5. They're going to 7.5. 75. 600. At 375. 76. 75. 600. At 375. 76. 75. 600. So 375 on number 77. OKC, Oklahoma, under the KRH wheat balls. First one I've seen in a long time, Dennis. Most of them's tails are broke off. Yeah, I guess so. I thought about that. But OKC, Oklahoma, guys. About OKC, they're to get 350. At 350, they're to get 50. They're to get 2.5. At 350, 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 5. At 57.5. They're to get 60. They're to get 62.5. At 2.5. They're to get 2.5. At 7.5. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 7.5. At 367.5. At 67.5. They're to get 7.5 here. More 365. 77. 10 more, same cattle, OKC. OKC, Oklahoma, KRP, KRK. Crick, big old blackens right here now. And they're digging at 330. At 330, they're digging at 30 miles, but they get 30. At 30, they're digging at 30 miles, but they get 30 here, 30 miles, but they get 30, but they get 30, they're get 30, they're get 30. At 330, they're digging at 30, but they got the goods now, 30. At 30, they're digging at 30, they're get 30, they're get 30, they're get 30, 20. At 320, they're 1. And 21, 2, 3, they're get 3, they're get 3, 4. At 24, 5, they're get 5, they're get 5, they're get 5, they're get 5, 5, 5, 600. At 26, 7, they're get 27, 8. At 28, 9, 29, but they get down, better than now, but they get down, 28, 9, 8, 9, they're get so they're going to put up on number 9, 2, 92 on Hayes. Thank you, folks, for them cattle. Let's go to Gainesville. Don't do that. Don't do that. Gainesville, Texas. Let me know when I can go. Gainesville, Texas, guys. Say yes. Hunt cattle right here. The hunt cattle down at Gainesville. Gainesville, they're to get a 350. At 350. At 350, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 5. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 60. At 60, they're to get 60. They're to get 60. They're to get 60. At 360, they're to get 57.5. 60. Hayes, 357.5. 7. 8. All right. Here we go. More of them hunt cattle down in Gainesville. Big steers, guys. Big steers down in Gainesville, Texas. Good old Bacon's here, 310, and 310, they're to get 10, they're to get 12 and a half, they're to get 310, 12 and a half, at 15, they're to get 70 and a half, they're to get 20, they're to get 22 and a half, at 322 and a half, 21, 2, 22, 3, at 23, they're to get 24, they're to get 24, at 23, 24, 23, 24, at 23, 24, 23, 24, Hayes, 323, number 92. Voorhees. Voorhees cattle, Brangus cattle deluxe right here. The Brangus cattle here, 350 at 350 at 350. It'll get 2.5. It'll get 52.5. It'll get 350 now. 2.5 at 52.5 at 55. 7.5. It'll get 60 at 360. It'll get 60. It'll get 2.5. It'll get 2.5 at 5. It'll get 2.5. 62.5 at 360. 2.5. It'll get 5 at 5. 5 5 5 5. It'll get sold 360. 2.5. Barn 77. That don't look like Rowdy. Mail time. There's a big end to them, folks. There's the biggest off of them, guys. 320, 320, and 320, you're to get at 20, you're to get at 20, and 20, you're to get at 25, but to get at 22.5, but to get 322.5, and 322.5, but to get 2.5, 5, and 27.5, 30, and 30, you're to get 31, you're to get 32, you're to get 33, you're to get 34, and 35, but to get 34, 5, and 34, 5, but to get 34, 5, to be 3, 34, 9. Mr. Lawrence's cattle, Howard Lawrence. Black steers, pretty lightweight, pretty thin in flesh. 375, 375, 80, and 380, to give 80, to give 80, to give 82 and a half, 82 and a 5, 85, 7 and a half, 87 and a half, and 90, to get 92 and a half, 92 and a 5, 95, 95, and 92 and a 5, 95, 7 and a half, and 97 and a 4, and $4 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, 405, and 407 and a half, to get 7 and a half, and 405, 407 and a half, and 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half, Hayes, 405, 7. I didn't either. I still don't. I still don't. Soper, Oklahoma, guys. Yeah. Yeah, Soper, Oklahoma, guys. More than a Lawrence cattle. That's a colored cattle off of. colored cattle off of them right here. They're to get 350 at 350. They're to get 50 at 350. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 50 at 350. They're to get 50. They're to get 25, 30 at 325, 7.5 and 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 2.5, 32.5 at 37.5, 40 and 2.5. They're to get 42.5, 342.5 at 342.5. They're to get 2.5 here. Varner 340 number 7. Let's go to Soper, Oklahoma. That's what I was reading a while ago, wasn't it? I promise you. You don't think that me and you'll be the trouble? I doubt it right here. Not much flesh here, boys. Right here, 360 and 62.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5 at 360. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. 2.5 at 360. 2.5. 5 and 5. 7.5. Better get 70. Better get 2.5. Better get 72.5 at 370. 250 at 370. 250. Better get 70. 250 here. Varner 370. 77. Go to Mineral Wells, guys. Couple of I see brown cattle from Mineral Wells, Texas. The brown crossbred steers, hey, they're to get a 310 and 310 and 10. They're to get a 10 to buy them, but to get 310 and 10. They're to get 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 10 and 310. They're to get 10. They're to get a 10. They're to get a 10. They're to get 310 and 10. They're to get 310, 11 and 12. They're to get 13. They're to get 13, 14. They're to get 15 and 15, 16. They're to get 17. They're to get 17, 18. They're to get 18, 19 and 19, 20. They're to get 320. They're to get 319, 20 and 20. They're to get tub 319, number 8. Some more Mr. Brown's, Bobby. More. Lightweight crossbred cattle down there to get at 335, 40 at 335, to get 40 at 35, 7.5, to get 740, to get 2.5, to get 7.5, to get 50 and 2.5, to get 5, to get 7.5, to get 60, 2.5 and 5, to get 5, to get 2.5, to get 85, 65 and 2.5, 5, to get 5. Curtis 360, 2.5, 7. There's the Hensley cattle right here from Reno, Oklahoma. Native cattle. Texas ain't the only place I can make them big. 310, they're to get 10, they're to get at 10, and 310, they're to get 10, they're to get at 10, they're to get at 310, they're to get at 10, they're to get at 310, and 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, Tubby 310, put them in 9, 91. Here's some large steers right there. 250 and 250 and 250. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 250. They're to get $2, 10, $2, 5, 205, 205. Anybody else? 205, 10, 15, 20, 225, 30, 235. 232 and a half. That help any? 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Varner, 230. 11. What's this? The Mace cattle out of Seminole right here now. They're to get 320 and 320. They're to get out 20. They're to get out 20. They're to get out 20. They're to get 20. They're to get 20. Fancy and 320. They're to get out 20. But they get out 20. But 20. But they get 20. But they get 20 and 320. They're to get out 20. They're to get 20. 10 and 12. But they get 310. 312. 310. 312 and 12. But they get 12 bar 310. Put them a number. 85X. Be the Tabor cattle right here, the Tabors. Right? Tabor. Taylor, come on. Some of you folks might ought to come to town a little quick more often. $2. $2, 5, 10, 210, 15, 20, 225, 222 and a half, 222 and a half. How about you, Terry? 222 and a half, 222 and a half. Var, 220, 11. No, 102. Here's a bull. There's a bull right here, $2, 10, $2, now 10, they're to get 10 to buy, they're to get 210, they're to get 10, they're to get 10, 10, 15, and 20, they're to get 225, they're to get 30, and 230, they're to get 25, 30, Ricardo, you're out, 235, and 35, they're to get 235, and 235, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, 40, and 240, they're to get 42 and a half, and 42 and a 5, and 45, 7 and a half, they're to get 247 and a half, and 7 and 50, and 252 and a half, and 252 and a half, they're to get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, and I get 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, and I get 7 and a half, Georgia out 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, and I get 255, put them on 100, W100. Breeding bull. Two shares. Both of Mace. What? Could be. $2, 10, $2, 10, $2, 10, 20, to get 210, 20, to get 20, to get 210, 20, and 210, 20, to get 25, to get 30, to get 5, to 40, and 5, to get 50, to get 5, to get 60, and 5, to get 70, to get 5, to get 80, 5, 90, 5, to 3, to get 5, 10, to get 15, 20, and 320, 315, 20, and 20, to get 20, to get 315, put them on number 8. Chase, you might have been hanging around that guy a little too long. Bull right there now. They're to get 250, at 250, at 250. They're to get 60. They're to get 60. They're to get 70. They're to get 70. They're to get 80. They're to get 90. And 293. They're to get 310. They're to get 310, 310, 310. And $3 now 10. They're to get $3 now 10, 10, 10. Varner, $3. 79X. Madden cattle. $3.10, $3.10, $3.10, and $3.10. There to get that 10 about, there to get 3, there to get 10, 20, there to get 3, 10, 20, and 3.10, there to get 20, there to get 3.10, there to get 20, and 3.10, 20, there to get that 20, there to get 20, 30, and 20, 30, 40, and 3.40, 50, 3.50, 60, and 3.60, there to get 60, there to get 60, there to get 60, var, 3.50, 1. Another bull, I guess. $3.10, and $3.10, and $3.10, 20, there to get that 20, there to get 20, 30, there to get 30, there to get 40, and 3.50, there to get 50, 60, and 3.60, there to get 3.50, 3.60, and 3.50, 3.60, and 3.60, var, 3.50, 1. Bad, bad nose.
Bad mouth, heavy 75.
Heavy 75 for a bad mouth. Off of Leon Clemens.
Leon Clemens, John. Sell him right there, dollar a pound, $1.20, $1.20, $1.20, $1.40, $1.40, there to get 40, there to get $1.20, $1.40, $1.20, 40, there to get $1.20, there to get 40, there to get 40, there to get 40, there to get 40, Terry, $1.20, 1.
Cherry 1.
Where'd Ricardo go?
Hereford off of Barner 81.
Hereford, Barner 81.
Barner 85X on this one.
Sold a lot of cattle for 430, haven't we? Bet these boys push that over here are tired. Trying to get them to move in bunches all day long. They said we done been down this road.
Gas on shoulder, God 7.
God 7's the gas on shoulder. That's the Carter Manley.
Yeah, he does kind of. Got a little test. Got the hat off right here. 3 1/4, 325, at 325. Better get that 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Better get that 325, at 325. Better get that 25, 25, 25, 25. Better get. Whose was it?
Carter Manley.
Manly. Sally. Come get him. Thank you.
PO for that one.
Sorry, you can't bet on him. He's gone. Sorry, Oakley, you didn't get a chance. Got a bump. Arrow E. Sell him, George. Sell him right there now. They're to get 250, 260. They're to get 250, 60, 250, 60, 70. They're to get 70, 80, 90, 293. They're to get $3, 293, 293. They're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3. So 290. Terry, 9. I got to help you a little. A big horn. Who's was it? 250, 250, 60, to get 70, to get 270, to get 80, to get 280, 90, to get 290, to get 93, $3.10, to get 310, to get 310 here, and 20, to get 20, 25, to get 25, 30, and 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, 70, 325, 8. Where y'all going? County air tag. Thought you did that this morning. Oh. Leon Clement, John. There's some bumps and there's some lames. Sell them. Okay. 250, 260, 260. To get out to get 260, 255, 60. To get out to get 5, to get 70, 275, to get 80, 285, to get 90, to get 290, to get 95, 295 here, 95. Terry, 299. Whoop. Williams. George. He's gone. Jason. Williams. Okay. How far along are they? 2 to 5? 5 to 8, right there now. They're taking that 285, at 285, 90. They're taking 290. They're taking 95. They're taking 95, 3. They're taking 305, at 510. They're taking 10. They're taking 10, 10, 10, 305, 10, 305, 10, at 305, 3010. Anybody else here? 310. Varner, 305, 20, 120. I miss you guys. Ed Rother. S&H. Two white tags and a what? Lime. What we gonna do? Sell them? Sell them right here. 250. 250. Now 5. 255. Better get that. Throw all the boards. XA. Used to be a boarding. X and X board. 250. 5. 255. 60. 265. 70. 270. 270. 5. 80. 275. 80. Varner. 275. 86. 2 to 5 months, white tag, sell them, Gary. Sell them right here now. $3. $3 bill, 3 and 3 and $3. Here, get free, eater to get $3 now. 3 eater to get free, eater to get free, eater to get free. 250, 260, 260, 270, 280, 280, 280, 280. Varner, 270. Next one will be what? Handicraft. Oh, heavy bread. Thought you said the handicapped. Probably will be. All heavy bread. S&H.
4 lines and the rest are white.
George, what do you give? You're full. $3. $2. 220, 240, 50, 60, 70, 80. Heavy bread, 280. 280. You don't give 80? So 270 Varner. See you next week, guys.